Hello, everybody, and welcome to the science fiction story A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 1. The intergalactic community had been at peace for a long, long time, as many species around the galaxy had begun to stretch out beyond their home planet, making several colonies and additional worlds as they reached out. Most of these turned out to be peaceful, and when they reached with another species. However, there's always one bully out there who has to take a dump on everything. The war between the Taka and the has been going on for several hundred years, and as the as I'm going to call them now, the TAC, because it's hard to pronounce their name, have not been doing so well. Ship to ship, they don't do so badly. However, when it comes to on the ground to take a planet, things don't go over so well. The war started over a territorial dispute, and it also started by the fact that the decided to, well, eat the tax. They found out that eating this other alien species was better than trying to hunt down their own food on distant worlds. Eventually, these, or as I will call them now from here on out, the sniffs, they got very territorial and very mean. They outsized the tax by almost double, if not triple, depending on if you're talking male to female, and could overpower them easily on the ground. For this reason, the tax have been trying to find other ways to increase their ability to create ships, create weapons, create any type of advantage, as they will lose a planet every 20 to 30 human years. Surprisingly, they came across a small blue and green planet in time inside a galaxy they did not expect to find any life. However, they did find the gas giants they were searching for. They were absolutely amazed to find constructed objects outside the atmosphere of the third planet from the sun. On closer inspection, they realized there was a sentient species down there, and it was highly debated for over 10 years whether they should actually create first contact. However, it was eventually decided after the loss of one of their largest agricultural slash harvesting worlds that they needed help. This is where our story begins. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the science fiction story A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 2. From Point of View, Staff Sergeant Sin, retired. I still remember where I was in the year early 2026, if I remember correctly. We started hearing all this ruckus about how we were seeing things near the sun, uh, ships possibly being reflected off of. It was strange. We'd been hearing about it for a long time, but so many were hoaxes back then that we just never paid any attention to them. Usually we just disregarded them at that point. But I'll tell you what, when it ends up on the 6 o'clock news and they say, hey, no shit, guess what? Aliens are real. We've been talking to them. And all I could think was, oh no, how are the politicians going to screw this up? Oh, Lord. Well, we didn't realize things were even more messed up for our soon to be neighbors. We found out about the the war that they were fighting even before they actually landed, and we weren't even shown a picture of them until they were almost on our planet to say hi. I'll tell you what, looking at them was just something else. Seeing them in person is truly amazing. I mean, you look up at them; they're taller than we are. The females are slightly taller than me. I'm 6 foot tall, and they were about averaged anywhere from 6'1" to 6'2". The males were almost 7 feet tall. Eh, eh, Two legs that came down to almost points on the feet, which was kind of weird. I mean, the part of their legs were really thick. They didn't have a carapace. They still had skin, but it was more reptilian. Uh, how do I put this? It's not as soft as ours. They don't really have any body hair that I saw. Their torso is obviously dimorphic. We could see a difference between male and female. It was pretty damn obvious, just like you see with ours. I found out later that's because they give birth to live children. That became common knowledge. If a species give birth to live kids, then women need to nurse those live kids. So, yeah, you can imagine where that went. And you can imagine the many, many, many comments that came out. God, that got so lame so quick. But I digress. Looking beyond the torso, the arms, what really gave it away. There was four of them. Four arms that were not nearly as thick as you would think for a species so large. Hell, their bicep area was about as big as my forearm. Yeah, I'm pretty built, but that's pretty small for something that big. At the end of their hands and feet, they had 4 digits. Now they still had hands similar to ours, but the 4 digits were like you see in a lot of video games, 2 thumbs and 2 fingers. But they weren't nearly as big around as you would think. They were quite narrow and, well, for lack of a better term, dainty. The biggest shock actually was the head. You would think an alien species with multiple limbs would be an insectoid. They weren't. They looked very similar to ours. It was almost weird. I mean, they had 2 sets of eyes, which we found out that the only way to know if they're looking or paying attention to you is by all 4 eyes looking at you. If not, you'd see 2 eyes looking at you and the other two just moving around, taking in the rest of the environment. They all four did not move independent. I thought that at first, but nope. It's 2 sets. 2 sets of the same type of eyes, too. That weirds us out. And I remember seeing when they finally stepped out and that sheen of blue green that they had. It was very strange. It seemed like the only hair they had was this almost, I don't want to say mohawk, but yeah, that's as close as I can get, like a really wide mohawk, but it wasn't sticking up. It flowed down the back. Male and female both had long hair. It seemed to go down their back. It actually did, we found out later, that the fur actually goes to about the center of their first set of shoulder blades. I guess it's got something to do with them being an adult, but hey, it's their culture, it's their species. When they walked up to our president and shook his hand, you could see the fear in his eyes. I swear I thought that guy was going to pee himself. It was funny. But they turned out to be not too bad. They were very polite. They had already learned our language. Of course, having a universal translator didn't hurt at all, which actually has become standard. We actually found out how it was made and made them smaller, easier for us to handle, which was a definite bonus. When we sat and talked to them, and everything was televised, everything was recorded, and of course, I watched it on the old, uh, what was that search engine called? Oh, God. Oh, they've been out of business for so long, I forget what the hell they were called. Anyway, it was the big one way back then. So you just watch all these video clips of what they were talking about. It was quite interesting. I still remember a few people trying to pronounce word in their language. We found out really quick we can't do that. Reason being, our tongue isn't forked. Their tongues stuck out an extra 6 to 8 inches out their mouth, and it was forked about halfway down, which gave them the ability to say things that we just could not mimic. It just was not possible. Although they could never understand how we can make throat noises. So take that as you wish. What was really surprising is when they told us about the war and that we were not directly in the path of the enemy, but we would be considered a threat the moment we were seen. This did not go over well with anybody at all because immediately everybody said they want us as cannon fodder. Sort of. They figured, hey, the more guns they can bring to the fight, the better. And hey, you know how us humans like our guns. As the old phrase goes, more DACA, more better. And that's something they didn't understand at first. And we were surprised to find out that their ships were, shall we say, limited in offensive capabilities. I guess I'll have to get into that later, but it was just surprising back then to see how little their ships could do. Nimble little things, but it won't matter if you can't dodge that many shots coming at you. Unfortunately for me, as soon as I found out about the war, everybody thought the same thing I did. They're going to call us back. And they did. I remember it was just a few days, and I get a phone call that says, "You've been reactivated." I said, "I'm retired. There's only one thing you can do, or two or three things you can do to get me back." The voice on the other side said, "What does that got to be?" I said, "A, I'm getting promoted to the next rank, and two, you're giving me all the back pay I missed." It surprised the living shit out of me when he said, "Sold. So we'll see you on Monday?" Well, I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chapter 3 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: Sergeant First Class Sin, active. Well, it's been about 10 years since we had our first encounter with the techs. And, well, things got very interesting. The buildup of technology was something most of us were not ready for. And I'm not just talking about building ships or anything like that, I'm talking about daily life. The biggest change came in the form of nanomachines or nanites or nanobots or whatever you want to call it. Everybody's got like 10,000 words for it. As it turns out, our own governments have been working on nanomachines for a long, long time, but they couldn't quite figure out how to get it to work within the human body. The tech have a way of using bioorganic technology. If you mix that in with our non organic tech, it's actually surprising what they came up with. At first, a lot of people didn't want to take a shot full of robots because, well, we've already had what the hell was that called? Some disease back in the day. Turned out not to be anything, but the shot caused so much damage to people, and we lucked out. The tech they put a stop to that quick because what happened with the nanomachines changed everything about being human. One of the major things is that now we don't have to worry about being hurt. Well, it still hurts, don't get me wrong. You break an arm, you break a leg, you're still going to scream like a little girl. But that break is going to heal in about 24 to 48 hours. Severed limbs take a bit longer, but they will regenerate completely. The only thing is they can't regenerate all the work you've done in that limb. So atrophy is a real bitch. I know because I lost a leg about a year ago. I was able to grow it back in about 2 weeks, and then it was about 6 months of physical therapy before I was actually up and running again. So, hey, it is what it is. I'm not complaining. It's better than missing my third leg. Sorry, old joke. But that is the biggest change that happened to us. A lot of people started doing other things to themselves, being cybernetic or cyberan, or I think, no, cyber, that's what they call it, is pretty common nowadays. People switching out their eyes, their ears for something they perceive as better. But hey, that's them. I'm good with what I got right now. And me, as since I'm back in the army, it's a good thing too, because trying to keep up with some of these young guys, especially after they got their injections, which you can't do until you stop growing, it's a big deal. It's hard to keep up with those kids sometimes. Sometimes. But that's not to say all the tech works. Oh, they gave us new rifles. These, well, basically, they call it a Gauss rifle. It's a rail gun, okay, or a coil gun. Either way, the dang thing doesn't need propellant. Although it does make still a bit of a racket. Sends those projectiles out at a just about 1.2 times the speed of sound. It still cracks through the air. You just don't get the actual bang from a slug, the old-fashioned slug thrower. Get the gunpowder behind it. The only problem with these new ones is they have a lot of problems when it comes to full automatic fire. They're almost exclusively semi-automatic. So you still see a lot of the old ones hanging around. Usually old machine guns, the miniguns, and things of that nature. They still work quite well. As for what we got, also, that new armor. Oh, I hated the Gen 1. The Generation 1 stuff was so bad. Oh, sweet God. I swear, they get the ideas for all this stuff through the old video games. It looked like something from a video game from when I was a child to craft the stars type thing. The thing was just big and bulky, clunky. It took an hour to get in this stupid thing, and it took almost the same amount of time to get out of it. God help you if you had to pee. I mean, yeah, it had a recycle unit in it, but come on, half the time that didn't work. It didn't work. The CNI was what was needed. Cranial neural interface, which I got about 6 months ago. I was very hesitant to get it, but you need one of these to operate the new suits. They are much more streamlined. However, again, they're taking cues off of sci fi. And I'm just like, guys, have some better invention here. But I digress. It's a lot easier to move in. It's a lot easier to get in and out of buildings with. And you're not clunking your head on a door frame like some guy in white plastic every time you go through. At least for combat soldiers like me, this has been a big deal. The new weapons, the new armor. But that also comes with a lot more new training and a lot more new training recruits, not all of which are human. We've had a few of the Tets come through, and oh boy, they need their own body armor. They need their own exosuits just to keep up with us. You would think a species that big would be able to keep up on a foot march. I don't think so. They're down on all six limbs after an hour just trying to keep up with us. Looking at us, breathing hard, going, how are you still going? That's our genetics. This is what we do. This is what we're designed for. Another thing that really surprised me is the fact that they could not use a projectile weapon for a long time. It took us a very long time to get them to understand how to use one of our projectile weapons. And again, for a species that's so big, if they stand up on their back two legs, they are very top heavy. Don't get me wrong, they can do some amazing things. They can climb up like nobody's business, and they can maneuver four different items at the same time. They can disassemble and reassemble things so fast it makes your eyes hurt. But God help you, when it gets to a combat situation, it's no wonder they get their butts kicked and hard. You would think even during our combatives, our mixed martial arts, usually jujitsu or this new style Yoara that's coming out, or even Krav Maga. You would think with their extra limbs they'd be kicking our butts. No, we take them down all the time. And I almost feel bad for it, but let's face it, we got to get these guys ready for combat. They have to be ready. Now, working with the aliens is one thing, but when they started reorganizing for a new space force, I didn't think I'd end up on the internet the way I did. Somebody asked me the question right outside the PX, the post exchange. What do you think about them organizing the way they are? I said, is people going to watch this? They said, yep, it's going out live. I said, good. And I grabbed the microphone. I said, here's the problem. You're fucking up by the numbers. You are totally messing this up. First off, what the hell does sectioning off the Air Force have to do with the space? We have people that are set for this sort of thing. They're called submariners. They already know how to operate a vessel in an atmosphere, or lack thereof, that is always trying to kill them. They know how to do this. They're set up for it. It's an all volunteer force. Do you not understand this? Of course, I still remember him asking me, well, don't you think they can do it? I said, yeah, but they have to learn from the submariners. This is what they do. Okay, if you don't understand that, again, you're fucking up by the numbers. Completely. And when our fleet engages the enemy, they're going to die. And they're going to get dead very, very quickly unless you do this right. Well, what about the ground troops? At least we got our space marines. I still remember slapping my own forehead and going, are you dumb, drunk, or high? Because those are the only three I'm accepting. What the hell does a water grunt have to do with space combat at all? Well, what if somebody boards the ship? Do you know anything about space combat? Because apparently not. Boarding a ship like that is a quick way to be dead. And you don't think room to room clearing is something the Army does all the time? Tell the Marines to stick to embassy guard. It's what they're good at. They haven't actually been in true honest combat on a large scale like that in a long, 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 long time. I know I pissed a lot of people off when I brought that up, but thankfully, certain people were listening, and they got their head out of their fourth point of contact. Because when I was brought in to see my battalion commander, there was the brigade commander and the division commander, along with their associated sergeant majors. And they said, okay, how would you fix it? You think you got this better than us? How would you fix it? And of course, I looked over at the man in the suit and immediately looked back at the commander and said, permission to speak freely, sir. Boy, he hesitated to say permission granted. I remember that. But he was just taking notes. And apparently, I was not the only one to bring this up, because they had already talked about the drop troopers. You guys know them as hell jumpers, where they got to go through hell and the atmosphere just to go into another hell once they get to the ground, if they get that far. And guess what? It's like the man said, if you're going through hell, go feet first. At least you're going to die on your feet. And of course, when they brought up, well, we'll just drop the Marines that way, I reminded them that the Army is the ones that do airborne ops, and this is just an extension of it. It was all I could do not to call him a dumbass. Thankfully, the guy in the suit was the one who was taking all the notes. And I found out later, it wasn't just me. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of people who brought this up. They were trying to design it like the video games. They forgot that the video games and all the other science fiction that we'd been watching for God knows how many generations had something called plot armor. I'm sorry. I trust my exosuit a whole lot better than I trust plot armor. And that is why when we were actually dealing with the aliens, later on after that meeting, we found out that things had adjusted and even they were happy about it. And I had actually made enough of a point that I was invited to a formal party where everybody had to be in their uniforms, and it was an intermix of our friends, the techs, and of course humans. And I'm not one of a party guy. In fact, I quit drinking after my third or fourth tour. I forget which one. Bad news bears if I start drinking. But because I'm a wallflower, something odd happened. One of the tech females actually came to talk to me. Well, that led in a totally different direction than I was expecting. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the next chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 4. Point of View. Tech Female. Full name impossible to pronounce through human vernacular. Given the designation Cindy by her human compatriots. Well, I never thought I'd actually be here on an alien planet. It's actually surprising considering my father's ideas on what I should be doing with my life, but it was nice to be able to travel. And, well, seeing the humans, it was surprisingly odd to see how they are different from ours. Physiology, well, what really is strange is how small but how dense they are. They only have the two arms, and they have additional manipulators at the end of their hands, they call fingers. But it's surprising how strong they actually are. I was lucky enough to see not only videos, but see firsthand on how they're lifting weights just for general health purposes that weigh as much as I do. Most of their human soldiers are so strong, I worry that one of them could pull one of my arms off without even thinking about it. But that's not the only difference. They are shorter than we are. When I went and saw the man that I believe they call it courting or dating or seeing or visually acquiring. I get confused on the human vernacular, but it comes down to when I stand straight and look forward, I'm actually looking just over the top of his head. He doesn't seem to mind, though. In fact, as he said at one point, I'll climb you like a tree. I wouldn't understand the meaning of that until later, but it did make me blush, as it turned my skin a little bit more green than blue. For humans, when they blush, they turn red, which is actually a scary thing for us. If we see red, that is definitely danger. One of the most dangerous animals we've ever dealt with is a solid red color. And of course, we are at war with it. But of course, there is the other differences. Mainly, what happens physically. It guides our social structure. Most of us are, as the humans put, docile. We're not very violent at all or aggressive. Our males become aggressive when they enter rut. When each individual enters their rut, they tend to get more and more aggressive and in some cases violent. Back before we started wearing any type of clothing, it was actually easy to tell as our males would develop their mating bone around the same time. And this mating bone was as what is that species that humans say? Oh, like spiders. Yes, spiders. It actually scares the living crap out of all of them. Yes, I know that human phrase is strange to the rest of us, but the mating bone comes out to, by their dimensions, approximately 3 inches long and about an inch to inch and a half across, and it acts the same way as the males of the human race mate. Only the difference is it breaks off and They usually pass out after that. The humans find this hilarious as, well, we females enjoy it very, very much because it continues to do what it's supposed to do. But of course, when the male wakes up, he is back to being docile again, usually just happy that he probably impregnated the female that he just shared some time with. I believe that is that how they say that? Shared time with? I share time with humans all the time. I don't understand this. The human phrases are just strange. They're fun to say though. However, it was rather interesting when I first met the one I am currently dating, courting, at the formal event. His clothing had a lot of shiny things on it. Many different colors adorned his chest, and different things dangled from. But what really got my attention was he was just there. We like that, the docile males. They make much better partners to be around. Although it did take me a little bit to adjust my universal translator since I had originally had it set for a different one of the many, many, many human languages. And when I finally addressed him, he seemed to do that thing that humans do when they bare their teeth, they call a smile. At first I was worried, but then he reached out his hand, took mine, and for a moment I thought he was going to bite me. He twisted my hand so that it was on top, and then he proceeded to kiss the top of my hand and said, "It is nice to meet you, ma'am." I didn't understand the significance at this time, but I found out later that this is a very, very big sign of respect from human males to human females. However, this is a very old way of addressing. However, I will say for our culture, I blushed a lot. He did look at me strange as I seemed to change colors right in front of him. Once he did realize that I was blushing, he seemed to just say a few words to calm me down, and then we sat and talked for a while. I found out that I would be working with him, or in his area, so we could actually see more of each other. This was essential to our budding relationship eventually, as we would go out for drinks. However, we did find out something that the humans' morning drink they call coffee is a very strong intoxicant to my race. It became actually a kind of a joke. He would ask if I wished to have a coffee in the morning with him. I said, no thanks, I don't want to be drunk. And yet, we would drink the ethyl alcohol as a morning stimulant. And I asked him if he wanted something. Well, he doesn't enjoy the ethyl alcohol as much as others do. I have seen some humans put so much in their system that I would actually be shaking and have to go see our hospital staff. But I digress at that point. Working with the humans was not difficult to do. They all seem accepting of it. Some of the human females seem to have a strange, I don't know, disdain in their eyes, though. As it turns out, the shape of our bodies is more robust in certain areas, which definitely tends to be something that human females worry about their looks. I found out that human males are very, very, very much drawn to what they see. They're visual creatures, un, very much unlike ours, which are drawn more towards movement and our pheromones. Apparently, humans can barely smell our pheromones, and it smells almost what they call perfume. I'm glad it's not very strong, as my potential mate doesn't like the smell of heavy perfumes. However, he seems to like the smell of me. Also, working with the humans, we've been able to use the new technology that has come from using their non organic systems. Surprisingly efficient, these little devices, as their computing abilities far surpass some of even our greatest technology. And yet, when merging the two together, it is unbelievably efficient. I was working mainly in some of the medical tech and helped them to refine the new nanomachines that were going to be coming out. This new nanomachine, once injected in the body, would shut down the previous ones by, well, basically dissecting them and then making more of the new ones. However, these new nanomachines, even though far more effective, must be coded to each individual. This made it very difficult to operate to make sure that each one would not be rejected by its host. However, that also meant that the idea of a blood transfusion to anyone who has actually received these nanites was no longer possible. It didn't matter if they were one of ours or one of theirs. The new nanites would actually assault the new body, thinking that their host had been invaded, when it's actually the other way around. It was an interesting problem to work with, but not something the human medics worried about too much. As far as they were concerned, that just meant less items they had to carry, less intravenous fluids, less blood, less things they had to worry about. Of course, they would have plenty to worry about as things went on. After meeting my, what do they call that, boyfriend? We have another word which sounds specifically the same as what they used to say, boo. I didn't think it would be this way, but whatever. Sometimes the words do actually go, and they continue to go beyond what we expect, and sometimes they coalesce. But I digress at this point. Starting our relationship has had its ups and downs. I cannot have a single time with my new beau without him telling us how he gets a whole bunch of, as he puts it, a whole load of shit about dating a non human. Whatever. I do find it interesting that all these humans actually do seem to care, even if it's not in an intimate manner. He does take so good care of me, and it is surprising that he's had to actually fight off those, uh, what did he call them? Duck boys, I believe it was, which is strange. They don't look avian to me, but I have no interest in them, and I have to make sure he knows that. Again, our culture prefers the more docile men to the more dominant ones. Dominant men tend to be, well, scary to us. We do not like them at all. However, I will say it is a bit of a thrill to know that my docile man is capable of such violent acts. I only know this because I showed up at his workplace once, and it was before he was about to be changed to a different type of work. He was training the young ones, and I actually saw him grab one of his trainees and actually throw them into position. It was it was scary, but it was thrilling, which is odd. I never expected that sensation. I turned three shades of blue at that point. I didn't understand it, although it was kind of scary to know that the one who would hold me that night could break me at that same moment. Human physiology is strange to us. Again, they're much stronger than we are, and the endurance levels are far beyond anything we ever thought was possible. They went on these foot road march things. Sometimes the words he used just don't make sense to me. And I heard that they went on over 50 kilometers, didn't stop except to rehydrate themselves. It was amazing. He also took me to something called a tough mugger, something like that. He actually had to carry me for part of it. It was exhausting. And yet, it seemed like all the humans enjoyed it, bringing themselves up, doing all this physical activity in the blazing sun. It was incredible to see how strong and how much endurance they have in such a small body. Yet, not all of them is small. Their bicep area is just massive compared to ours. Their thighs dwarf ours. It is just insane. And there is so much muscle mass in each of these now that the nanomachines are taking effect. I can't wait to see what comes later. Journal entry. We've done it. We've made the new nanomachines. They work. They work wonderfully. I told my boyfriend, and he just looked me in the eye with that strange grin, and he said, "Well, I can't wait to see what it does." Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the science fiction story A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 5 Point of View Master Sergeant Sin. Well, I'll tell you what, I didn't ever thought for any stretch of the imagination I'd end up dating a alien, let alone an alien from outside this planet. But hey, what can I tell you? She digs me. I know, really old phrase, but I figured I'd throw that in there. Besides, you gotta keep your sense of humor. With the amount of fights that happen because of this pretty lady, and the amount of jokes I catch pretty much daily, you gotta just kind of roll with it some days. I mean, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. But hey, what can you do when you got a woman that every guy wants to climb like a tree? I swear. At least, hey, she's nice enough to bring me lunch every couple of days while I'm at work. Although having her move in was, well, that was an interesting deal since we had to clear it with not only my chain of command but also her boss. Oh god, when they go into the list of that, it just confuses me. But hey, I'm not an alien, so I don't get it. Although one thing I'm glad when I moved in, we could sit down and talk about what I was going to experience my first time in space. Cindy warned me that, well, the first time you go into space, it doesn't matter if there's artificial gravity or not. You're gonna get sick. You're just gonna be queasy and just walking around funny, and just it's not gonna be fun. So, of course, I got myself some Dramamine, started pounding down the water just to make sure I could fight that, because that's the only way I knew how to handle things like seasickness and altitude sickness. But hey, I was gonna see when I was up there, and I'll tell you what, she wasn't kidding. Now, granted, we had to use one of their shuttles to get from the ground to our ship. But I'll tell you what, once we actually got past all the G forces and outside the atmosphere, it was actually more pleasant than I thought, except for one guy puking his guts out into a bag. That was not fun. I did have to yell back that if any of that touches me, somebody's going to get smoked into oblivion. And of course, I mean smoked as in exercise, and they knew I'd do it too. I got reassigned to this combat unit about 4 months ago, and they've been experimenting with the drops, the pod troopers or hell jumpers or whatever shock trooper you want to call us. I just say, hey, it's infantry, it's a new airborne. That's what it is. Although I did have to laugh my butt off when we had a couple Marines get all pissed off. Why can't we do that? Hey, you're a water grunt. Stick to amphibious stuff. That's what you signed up for. But hey, I digress. At least they took our ideas and actually took them to heart, because now the Navy is actually the Space Navy, I guess you could call it if you wanted to be more specific. It was the Earth Force Space Naval Force. Sorry, I messed it up. It's been so long. It's been renamed twice. That's what it started off as. The Air Space Naval Force. Hmm. I'm glad they changed it. Regardless, at first time, she wasn't kidding, but I got a. As I'm drifting along in zero G, I got to look at out one of the viewports, and I'll tell you what, the guys out here have been busy. We got all sorts of ships out there. A whole bunch of the alien ships, of course, mostly freighters and stuff. I can tell the difference. But one or two of their battleships, most of their actual war fleet is off getting ready for the next push through from the sniffs. So we'll see how that goes. And then you have ours, which are, well, we don't have enough to send yet, or at least we didn't at the time. And hey, there you go. You look over, you see those spine mounted railguns. And of course, you got all the point defense cannons and all sorts of bristling stuff all over them. Interesting ships. I just hope they move half as well as our alien counterparts. I can't stress how nimble their ships are. Not strong. They can't take a hit worth a squat, but they're very nimble. Reminds me of the people on the ground. As we got closer, I was able to see that we do have four different space docks and about a dozen different construction areas being done. Space dock and a ship construction zone are two very different things. Don't ever get those confused. However, it made me wonder how in the hell we're getting all these supplies up here. Of course, then I remembered that we were stripping our own asteroid belt for resources, plus we're getting all the stuff from our gas giants. Mars is just covered in miners right now and engineers trying to get all those little robots that do all the work. But hey, I'm not a miner, I'm not an engineer. I'm infantry. It's what I am. As we're getting close to our spaceship, we're all told to buckle in. This is going to be a little jarring. Well, they weren't kidding. When they got those grappling arms on us, it wasn't an ease to a stop like you're slowly putting the brake on your car. Oh no, it was a sudden stop, and one idiot didn't have his belt on right, and he broke his jaw after he got cursed out by his chain of command. I looked back and called him an idiot. Morons. But hey, at least when we got into the ship, we had a chance to use the artificial gravity. We had to brace ourselves for that thing to get turned on, and well, it's not nearly as heavy as it is on the planet, but 0.89 Gs is not bad. You can work on that. After getting accustomed to the new gravity field, we were able to take a tour around the ship to see what was where. We got to see the bridge, the chow hall, and all this other fun stuff. But what really blew my mind was instead of having a whole bunch of shuttles in the shuttle bay, I looked up to the top and they had fighters. I even asked, "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how stupid it is to have a fighter in space? There's no dogfighting out there. Somebody's going to launch a missile at you. You can't shake that shit unless you shoot it." The guy looked at me and goes, "Do you see a cockpit?" And I looked again, sure enough, they're drones. They're thousands upon thousands of drones, each one of them with a main energy weapon sticking out the nose, and the stabilizers, apparently, that stick out are covered in small missiles. These missiles are designed specifically to punch into the armor, and once they are in, act like a bunker buster and blow it into it. They're just to blow small holes in the hull. They're not enough to cause major damage, but that energy weapon sure is. And I realized, hey, these guys are not playing around. I was like, why didn't you just make a carrier? He goes, you see that big ship over there being made? Yeah, that is one. Cool. After all that, we got a chance to look at what we would actually be dropping in. The new exosuits had come in. Oh, they're nice. Full articulation. No hesitation in the artificial musculature. It was just really good. Not to mention, compared to the Gen 1s, 4 times the power output. We expected even more, but we were happy with what we got. Not to mention the new weapons came in. 16 millimeter ammo. No joke. I was like, I hope this thing doesn't kick nearly as bad as it looks. The tech looked at us and said, no, it's worse. So hold it real tight. He wasn't kidding, by the way, but we wouldn't find that out till later. Once we were fitted into our new exosuits, which took a hell of a lot shorter than I thought, they put us in the pods. Oh, God, the pods. Oh, it's just like the book says. You're hooked in that sucker. You can't move. Your eyes are the only thing that can dart about, but you're in complete darkness. You feel the pod moving into place. And of course, the female voice saying, okay, prepare for drop. And a whole bunch of people you can hear through the bulkhead yelling back at her, fuck you, lady. Well, when it was time for a drop, I was one of the ones who went first. You have to lead the way, of course. And down we went. It was jarring, to say the least. I thought docking with the other ship was jarring. Oh no, this hurt. And suddenly we're shot down and we're in 0G and you're just drifting. You don't know where you are until the HUD pops up. And then it gives you a distance to the stratosphere, to the ionosphere, and all the others. And I'm just sitting there saying, oh, well, at least if I go splat, I'm not going to feel it. Oh, this is going to hurt. And down we go. As you go in, you feel the heat just shaking the crap out of you. And by that, I mean the friction as it shakes you as you're going through. Thankfully, the way it's shaped and the fins that pop out as soon as it's deployed, you stay in the correct position. But as soon as you get close, you can actually see it ready to pop the chute. As soon as it pops the chute, it's a small parachute that lines up, and all that is just make sure you're in the right position. And then a metal chute actually opens up. And that's again just to slow you down just enough. Once you get about 1000 AGL, that's above ground level, those three chutes open. Oh, geez, and I thought the release was jarring. Oh, no, I thought my ankles went through my ass. Just boom. And suddenly you're just drifting. And you're suddenly thinking, boy, I wish I could see, but I'm kind of glad I can't. Because you see those numbers ticking down, and you're just thinking, okay, here comes the ouch, here comes the ouch, here comes the thud, and you're down. And without skipping a beat, the door opens, and you just step forward. I have never been so happy to be on solid terra firma. I looked around as everyone else is still landing, and I think I saw at least four as soon as they got out of their pods lean over, pull their helmets off, and kiss the dirt. Oh, oh, I hope I don't have to do this a lot. I know it's got to be done at least twice a year to keep my certification, but holy crap, that sucked. Thankfully, as I looked over, here comes the recovery vehicle to get the pods. Not for us, though. I signaled for everybody to rally up. They trotted over, and we marched the next 38 miles back to where we were going to be. Just in time for midnight and the engineers to be standing there really tired to get these suits off of us. Oh, I'm glad most of that system is automated. Afterwards, I asked everybody how it went for them, and they all looked to me the same way, with an equal "I don't ever want to do that ever again," and "When is our next turn?" Well, what can I say? We're human. We're adrenaline junkies. I already had it on the schedule. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the next chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 6. Point of view: alien female. Human given name: Cindy. Species: Tech. Um, I think I screwed up. It was part of my job to make the new nanites work, and yeah, we might have made them too good. Not only have the humans reported that their musculature has increased intensely, but they're much more flexible. We've checked bone density, it's much higher. Some are even reporting that they're much, as they put it, clearer in the head. And when to specify, they said their cognitive function has increased. I doesn't stand to reason that the nanites would actually do this. They're for repair only and maybe regeneration. It doesn't make sense. And for the record, when my boyfriend received his, or my boob, he didn't have any problems with it. There was absolutely no rejection, but his body clearly was much more defined within 48 hours. It took about that long, but waking up next to somebody whose body was nice to look at, but almost scary in its form. His shoulders were just as square as normal, and I don't remember him ever having, as the humans call it, a six pack, or in his case, eight. I could actually see all his abdominal muscles. He was quite happy with the result, but it was just odd to see it since he's always had trouble with his weight, as he would say. He always has to eat very well to keep his weight in check. Double checking everything, we found out that many of them have increased bone density, increased muscle density, not muscle mass, but muscle density. The tendons have, if they were damaged, have all been repaired, which is definitely what these nanites were designed for. But some even say they're increasing their mental clarity. This requires more research. To include that, uh, I must include another personal message that the human males that have been given this have become more, shall we say, amorous or attempting to do so. Uh, I do have to give a personal note that with my booth, what the humans call boyfriend, yes, his increased desire and endurance is getting problematic. But that is not the main reason for this log that I need to put down in my notes. The reason is for an incident that uh, happened approximately 24 hours ago. Uh, One of our kind, the humans called tech males, had gone into rut and had not told anybody, so they had not sent him someplace where he could handle it, and he focused on me. Unfortunately for him, my booth was there, and he beat the, as he put it, beat the ever loving fuck out of this guy. The tech is still in the male tech is still in the intensive care unit and has been there for 24 hours. He currently has multiple contusions, lacerations, fractures, and is in a coma. This was led because of the human's protective instinct of their mates and should be of extreme notes. When pushed with an inquiry, my booth actually said that the only thing stronger than protecting their mate is protecting their young. This should be of extreme note because if this is how dangerous they are when protecting their mates, it is my consideration that we should never see what it is when they are protecting their young. However, this note is going to my superiors also for the reason of this supposed incident that happened as well. Uh, why, but I'm getting an alert that says I must leave and evacuate the planet immediately. Uh, there is no sign of an enemy assault, and yet we don't know what's going on. Something has happened, and we are unsure why. I'm sending this message up the chain so that others can either instruct me on further steps that need to be taken, or if I can get any information about what is going on. I'm currently packing my items in my shop, and also any personal items. I'm told I can carry one piece of luggage, and that is all. Ending personal log. Welcome, everybody, and welcome to the next chapter in A Call to the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 7. Point of View. Lieutenant Vanscoy, bridge crew member of the destroyer Keep Your Powder Dry. Well, that wasn't something I expected to see. Here we had just got this bug commissioned, and we're going through our checks, just the normal checks, and I hear them talking about, okay, let's double check the targeting system. Next thing I know, I hear, what the hell, coming from the gunnery officer. Just then, everything starts going haywire. The artificial gravity cuts off. Half the lights shut off. My entire station shuts down. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? The entire system goes out, and we're adrift in space. And I hear people screaming as I'm trying to reboot my system, get everything back online. What the hell's going on? And all of a sudden, just as the artificial gravity comes on, the alien that was in our bridge to help us go through our checks gets whacked right across the face. I turn just in time to see his body slump on the ground, holding the side of his head as it's halfway crushed in by the back end of the captain's pistol. As he's screaming at it, "You motherless bastard, what did you do? You sick fuck." And just the expletives just kept coming as he's holding that pistol at the alien's face. As the alien tries to say, "Oh, it was a mistake. It was a mistake. No, you have it all wrong." There wasn't anything wrong. Come to find out, they were testing the targeting computer, so they decided to target one of the closest ships that just happened to be an alien attack craft. It went into a default mode for targeting an alien ship, and everything went haywire. We couldn't fire, we couldn't defend ourselves, we were literally adrift in space for well over 2 minutes. And if you know anything about combat, that's a long time. Oh dear Lord. So as soon as we got everything back up, the commander started yelling at his XO to get everybody ready. We're going to check the charting system again. And that's when I took a quick look at the wonderful alien sitting there. And boy, did he turn a shade of green. That's a shade of nervous right there. He was scared. So we targeted a different alien ship. This time, one of their larger military ships. And the same thing happened. There was no question about it. Our ships had been sabotaged. Needless to say, we immediately rebooted everything, got a hold of command, and then started ripping as much alien tech out of our boards as we could. We had to bring our ship back in, and every single one of the aliens was told, "Get the hell out of our space, or we're going to start launching nukes at you." They weren't kidding. We immediately went to DEFCON 2, the entire planet. Most of the aliens on the ground probably didn't even know what was going on until they got on their ships and took off, but we didn't care. All our ships were already starting to pull their automatic targeting systems out and using manual ones to target the alien ships, saying, "Get out. You've crossed the line. We're done. You leave, and you don't ever come back." They left, pretty much just with their tail between their legs. As we made sure all the aliens were off planet, everybody started calling, "Hey, what about my buddy? He's friends with these guys. Maybe he can find something out." Or, "Hey, my sister's been dating one of these aliens. Maybe she can figure out what the hell's going on." And it was just a mess. I'm sure most of the aliens were still confused even as they hit their engines and bolted out of our system. But oh no, they just made an enemy of us. The word went out about 2 minutes ago. Every single one of those species were not allowed anywhere within human space, any human territory, and we had actually expanded all the way to Proxima at that point. Alpha Centauri was colonized. Almost all the satellites around Jupiter and Saturn had already been colonized. We had a good grip on our area, and they could not fight a two-front war, even as low-powered as we were, low on numbers. But I'll tell you what, I can tell by the sound of the commander's voice that shit's about to change. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chapter 8 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: Alien officer. Name: impossible to pronounce by human standards. Human name given: Joey. I remember the incident very, very well. Actually, it's something I can't possibly forget. We had just finished commissioning the human ship. Wasn't much bigger than one of our freighters, but they considered a patrol ship. As we were going through our first round of diagnoses to make sure everything was running fine, I remember hearing the captain calling each of the stations one by one: helm, engines, defenses, weapons, everything. And as we went through it all, I wasn't listening close enough when he said, "All right, let's test the targeting system." And before I could stop him, I had looked up and realized they were targeting one of our warships. Before I could even voice my dismay at the idea of this, suddenly everything shut off. Immediately, the power shut down, the artificial gravity shut off, and everyone started screaming what the hell was going on. The captain, usually very calm, was beyond upset. He was so upset that as soon as artificial gravity came back on, about a minute later, a human minute that is, and we got to our feet, he wanted to confirm what happened, and as soon as the tactical officer said, "Sir, we targeted the alien ship and immediately lost everything," before I could even turn my head, the captain's hand had come to my face with his sidearm in hand and did what the humans call a pistol whip. I landed back on the ground as they looked all at me, and the captain was screaming, calling me, if I remember correctly, a alien without a mother and without a father. It took me a second to realize he called me, as the humans say, a motherless bastard. He held his sidearm in my face, cocking the hammer back as he told the weapons officer to do it again, to target our ship. I didn't dare say anything, as I feared the captain would fire the weapon into my face. At that range, it wouldn't take much to go through my head. And immediately the same thing happened. After they reset the ship, I was immediately dragged out, to my own dismay and, of course, objections, by several security personnel and quite literally thrown into the ship's brig. I didn't know what happened until they let me out again, just long enough to rush me over to a shuttle bay where one of our shuttles was parked, and again pushing me into the shuttle and screaming for us to leave. I got a briefing on the way out that the humans had cut all ties with us and we were being told to leave. I wasn't sure what the reason why. I thought it was an accident. I could have swore it was, but the humans were angry, and I began to see why our leaders decided to join with them. The human rage is scary. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the next chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 9. Point of View. Alien Female. We didn't know what was going on. All we knew that people were grabbing us. All these personnel were grabbing us and bringing in shuttles, saying, "Get in there and get off our planet! Get off our planet!" We didn't know what was going on. We were told we could only grab one bag worth of items, but we had to leave. We thought it was an alien invasion, so I grabbed, of course, the essentials as much as I could, a couple of pictures, and I was hurrying up. I thought maybe I'd see my boyfriend as I was going by, but I didn't know what was going on. We weren't told anything until we were almost out of the atmosphere. It turns out that one of the ships, one of the human ships, had targeted one of our destroyers in a practice run, and there was some sort of malfunction or something. We weren't told. It must have been an accident. It had to have been an accident. But why are they so angry? These humans, I've never seen them this angry before. They're just mean. There's I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to him. I don't know if I'll ever be back. Our ship is docking now. It's one of ours. I'm in a human shuttle, and now the back. Oh, geez, the shuttle opened, and the the captain of the shuttle is just telling us to get out. They're pointing weapons at us and kicking us out the door. Before we know it, we're outside the shuttle, and the doors from the shuttle close, and the engines start up. If we didn't move, we would have been scorched by the engine firing up, and then it was gone. They were away, and then another one was coming in. We had to move again to make sure we didn't get crushed. For some reason, the humans they were kicking us out of their system. The word came around that said we had to leave. We had betrayed them, but how? How did we betray them? They wouldn't survive without us. I just. Why is there never enough time to say goodbye? Welcome to this edition of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 9. Point of View. Alien Commander of Watch Station 973. Summation of report is as follows. We have been watching the enemy movements for decades now, watching them come closer and closer to one of our planets and getting ready for whatever assault is going to be. Thankfully, working with the humans has given us a few more interesting weapon systems to engage the enemy with, which has slowed them down a little bit. However, has definitely not stopped them. Unfortunately, losing ships on recon mission is still semi-common. However, what we do find difficult to accept is that the enemy was stretching out in all directions to include heading towards Earth and its Sol system. We had been worried about this, which is one of the reasons why we tried to get the humans upgunned and ready to operate as soon as possible. However, our early warning system on the edge of their space started going off, and we immediately double and triple checked our findings. They had reached Terran space. Enemy scout ships looked like it, a small flotilla, two, in fact. We couldn't get a very good look at them, but they warped into the system and they were immediately at full burn towards the humans' settlements. We worried that this was going to be the lead to a full on battle group, and we were correct. We lost contact with the two groups as they entered Terran space. However, it was clear that at least one of the enemy ships had jumped back into their version of warp slash jump space so they could make it back to their own and recon again. That was the moment where prayers were said for the Terrans. Oh, we knew they wouldn't handle an enemy advance. However, we did catch a little bit of them preparing for one at their home planet. Unfortunately, as soon as our recon had actually sent a signal to us, it went offline. Either the humans found it and turned it off, or the enemy had destroyed it. We didn't have a chance to even send ships. It would have taken us 3 weeks, almost a complete month by the human calendar, just to muster the ships enough and then travel that far to assist them. We had bigger problems. We knew that there was going to be attack at Drega sector, so we got ready there. At Drega 6, which was the only habitable planet that the sniffs could handle, we got ready for the battle. The strange thing, they didn't show up when we expected them to. We had actually waited in ambush for nearly a full cycle of the planet around the star before we realized we're just sitting here pointing our guns at empty space. It was then decided that we need to reevaluate the enemy movements, and everyone was put on stand down. What is strange is that the enemy attack didn't happen. This is the first time that the enemy attack did not come. Perhaps the humans actually put up more of a fight than we thought. It's a shame. It's a shame that we lost such a valuable ally. They were adapting by leaps and bounds. I miss them. They were funny. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the next chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 11. Point of View. Master Sergeant Sin. After the incident that happened where we found out that our hardware had been basically hacked by our supposed friends, I decided I needed some time off. Of course, it was granted when they found out that I had been in a personal relationship with one of our former friends. Of course, a lot of people didn't want me around. I got a lot of things thrown at me, and boy, a lot of insults too. A lot of new ones too. I've never actually been cursed at in so many different languages. But as it turns out, it was a fairly quick fix. Our technicians went in and pretty much just ripped out all the alien tech and reset it with their own. Of course, a full computer wipe was required for that, but hey, what can you do? It is what it is. That phrase has never gone away since I was young. Still, it's nice to be out in space for a while. Its artificial gravity is not nearly as strong as Earth, so gotta work out a lot during the day, but hey, it eats up my time for a ground pounder like myself. Although things got very, very interesting when all of a sudden I heard General Quarters, General Quarters. I knew what that meant, so immediately I went to get my armor on, because hey, if the ship's going to get hit, then I might as well be in a suit, right? Well, I got in my suit, and being the senior NCO, non-commissioned officer, I went up to the bridge to see what the hell was going on. By the time I got there, the whole place was going nuts. Everybody was wondering what the hell was going on. I got a quick 1, 2, 3 brief about what the heck was going on, and they said two different groups of enemy ships had jumped into our space. and yet they paid zero attention to us. And we were a simple patrol flotilla, one destroyer and two frigates. It really wasn't much. They outnumbered us, of course, but we already knew what their firepower was. But we never actually fully tested ours. So, of course, everybody had a pucker factor of about 9,000 at that point. Then we saw something very strange. The small group behind the larger group of alien ships fired at their friends. Uh, We actually just all went silent across the bridge, except for the occasional, "What the hell?" It was very, very strange. At seeing this, the captain started barking orders, which was immediately relayed down to everyone else. They started putting out a message, which roughly came out to, "You are trespassing on human territory. Leave or power down. You will not have a third option." And we sent that out. Without skipping a beat, as soon as that signal hit that first group, they immediately made a 98-degree turn and about 6 degrees up, and they came right towards us. Immediately, we heard all our weapons control officers tell the turrets to get ready to fire, and everyone got ready. Then something very strange happened. Just about as they were entering our kill zone, we got a message from them, but it wasn't in the enemy language. It was in a different language. And it took our translators a good minute to actually figure out what they were saying. And what they said shocked everyone. These, whatever they were begging for help. Absolutely screaming, "Help us." They kept screaming, "They're a peaceful race that managed to escape. Help us, please help us. We are full of women and children. Please help us." And as you know, we're human. We don't ignore distress calls, but we still had our weapons locked onto them. The word went out to our three ships that they are not to fire until fired upon, but they are to lock onto every single ship, every single one of the potential enemy ships, because we didn't know who was friendly and who was not. And they were all, at that point, within our weapons envelope. For those who have not learned their physics yet, firing one of our rail guns is still a projectile. It still takes time for it to reach its target. We could have fired missiles and torpedoes at that sucker the moment they showed up, and they still tracked their target. But the rail guns, given enough time between launch and strike, you can dodge that sucker. They're completely unguided. However, as close as they were, it wouldn't have mattered at that point. To see which ones would be friendly, the message went out for all ships to power down weapons. And then, as they did, only the front group powered down any weapons they might have had turned on. And the moment after that, they were told to power down their engines. Again, the front group did, the second one did not. That second group came up and immediately started firing at the first group. That would have been one mistake, but the big mistake they truly made, they fired at us. One of the energy weapons actually glanced right off the hull. Apparently, it was too far away to get enough of it to concentrate enough to penetrate our hull. And without skipping a beat, the captain yelled, "Shoot that motherfucker!" And that was the end of that ship. Every single one of our guns fired into it. And the rest of that second group began to take evasive action and then fired at us as well. The second group did not last long. Only a small ship that was towards the rear of their formation was able to limp away. I could have swore that they got a death kill with that last shot, but apparently they just glanced it and it jumped out of the system. When we finally got a hold of the aliens on the first one, we received one hell of a shock. As we saw on the monitors, these aliens look very close to human. So much so that we were actually put back. It was crazy. As it turned out, there was roughly anywhere from 25,000 to 30,000 refugees on those ships, all crammed in like sardines on those ships as they seemed to be running away from our soon to be enemy. Well, we are definitely not letting these folks get slaughtered. As it turns out, their transmission was 100% correct. It was full of women and children, a few old folks, but not many. Any males who were of military age were seriously messed up. They were immediately given sanctuary, and we led them straight to the closest military base as soon as we cleared it with the higher ups. However, it didn't take much convincing to get that to happen. Once on a military base, we finally got a full on good look at them. And boy, they're strange. At least we thought they were at first. We wouldn't go at them without either my full suit or one of our full hazmat suits. We didn't know what type of bacteria, viruses, or God knows what type of pathogens they might have, so best to take all precautions, of course. When I walked up to one, of course, my suit makes me a little taller, but these things are small. They're little, lean things. I don't know how else to explain it. Well, let me try at least. They all, male and female, all stood right around 5'7", 5'6", around that point. At least the top of their head. The weird thing is, they had a kind of horn structure on the front of their head, which kind of looked like a crown at first, or a tiara type thing, and then you realize it was actually horns. And we're like, okay, that's weird. The color of the skin varied from a kind of almost orange to a deep, deep crimson red, but it was designed, had this strange design of very, very short brown fur. And we found out later that that fur, once cleaned up, is exceptionally soft to the touch. I mean, you think rabbit fur is soft. It ain't got nothing on these guys. But we wouldn't find that out till later. Their eyes, well, for lack of a better term, they look almost bovine, with this strange, wide pupil, which, as we found out, gave them one hell of a sense of perception of what's around them. But one of the weirdest things was we couldn't tell the boys from the girls, the males from the females. They're so limited on dimorphism, at least to human standards, we couldn't tell. It wasn't until we actually got them on the base and had them clean up that we realized, yeah, there's different parts down there, which made things a whole lot easier. We gave the males more, obviously, male human clothing and the females more feminine clothing, so at least we could tell them apart. It was actually a little weird. The kicker is, when we finally realized that they were not going to get us sick or anything like that, I was one on the security detail when we were actually able to show ourselves to them. And boy, did that get interesting. We didn't understand their biology fully at that point. We do understand it now. But the moment that a bunch of us raised our visors and the contingent of politicians and medical staff pulled off their coverings, something happened to them. It raised the pheromone levels in that room to a degree that the sensors actually started going off, saying there's trouble, something's wrong. We come to find out that this species, when it comes to our genetics, they are immediately drawn to us in a, shall we say, intimate manner. It actually was funny at first. The amount of jokes that came out on that one was absolutely crazy. However, when I told my men that if they took advantage of this, I would personally chuck them out of an airlock, they thought I was joking until I grabbed one of them by the throat and lifted him up. He knew I wasn't joking. Of course, we had to make sure that the rest of the staff wouldn't take advantage of this either. Well, aside from that, we found out, yep, they have the same amount of digits on their hands. They're very close to what we are as far as physically wise, except for being small, a little bit leaner, a lot leaner actually. It's almost impossible to find one that has any girth on it, except for females that have had a bunch of kids. Oddly enough, it's they keep their so-called baby weight, at least in the more feminine areas, and which is why I ended up cold cocking one of my subordinates. He got a little handsy. Regardless, one of the main issues we had was actually getting them back to human society and actually getting them integrated. We knew there would be an issue with the moment people found out that they had this issue, but the fact of the matter is aside from that, they integrated just fine. They learned English faster than we ever thought possible, although we still had a problem speaking their language, mainly because, seriously, are we the only species in the universe without a forked tongue? It's crazy. They can make sounds that we are just lost on as they're speaking. Thankfully, again, they took into English quite easy. However, one of the main issues that we have was that the ones that were there, they began to bond with us, and I mean emotionally bond. Don't get that confused. It was similar to when you take in a young puppy or a dog that you take in, take care of after they've been treated poorly. They bond with us very, very well. And I do have to say this: most of my crew were welcome to that, and not for the reason you think. Most of us have been living for a long time and just haven't had time for a relationship, so it was nice to have one. Not to mention the standard human protection instinct that us males have just kicked in on the nth degree. But it kicked in also for one other reason. We found out their history, and their history was not very good. In fact, even for an old warhorse like me, I did tear up a little. Welcome, everybody, to this next chapter in A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 12, Point of View, Alien Female. My name is Ceresa, and I am a Polaris female. Uh, I am so grateful to the humans for getting us free. I can't underestimate the the gratitude I have for them. It's incredible. The horror that we suffered to those that followed us is just, oh, I can't explain it much more than saying it was horrible. We are not a strong people. We're not uh, as physical. We came from a prey species. There's not much around our planet that we need to do except to run, which is why we're so thin. It's just, but once we were subjugated under the enemy, they did things to us, forced us to work in places that was too small for them, beat us into the ground when we couldn't move fast enough, and to our females, they did horrible things. To our young, were beaten. Sometimes it was even worse. Sometimes we would see our young who were not strong enough to work be eaten by our oppressors. It was horrible. The child would scream so loud as their limbs were ripped off one by one by the horrible mandibles of this creature in front of us. We had no choice but to look on and watch, continue our work as the child suddenly would go silent as the head was ripped off from the body and would go limp. Sometimes the child would be lucky and the enemy would simply grab the entire child and shove it into its maw, and you would hear a sickening crunch. The only solace you could take is that it was quick, but we were beaten down. Most of our males were taken off the planet, our home planet, as was taken from us. They took everyone, my father, my brothers, cousins. They took them all to work, and I'm sure that if they're not dead by now, they probably wish they were. Us females were used for lighter work, but still just as bad. Kicked every time we couldn't move fast enough, and forced into these small mines as we tried everything we could to get the ore that they wanted. It was dangerous work, as sometimes water hot enough to melt the skin off your body would spray. We had to do something. So a few decided to use themselves as decoys and pull the guards away when the mining ships came down to transport the ore to the other side of the planet where it would be smelted. And we ran for the ships, a full-on run as we set the mines on fire, just enough to keep them at bay. We crammed ourselves onto the ships, and we prayed we knew how to operate them well enough to get out. We ran off the planet as fast as we could. Several other ships joined us, but we could only save a small fraction of our original population. Why did they have to stay? Why did they have to suffer? We could see some be grabbed up by our subjugators and crushed, others ripped in half, some thrown against material and impaled as they screamed in pain. It just made us run faster. And as soon as we got off the planet, we headed to the first habitable planet we could find. It turned out to be that Sol 3, what you humans call Earth. Thankfully, when we jumped in the system, we took a sigh of relief, but it was only a minute or two before the enemy jumped in behind us. We tried to push the engines as fast as possible, but these were simple freighters. They were not warships. We knew that we would be caught, and we prayed that if we pushed the engines past the limits, we wouldn't explode. And then we heard it. That beautiful sound. That absolutely beautiful sound that came across. We didn't know the language, but it clearly was not our oppressors. It sounded human. We didn't know what they said, and we didn't care. We looked at our equipment, and we could see those three beautiful shapes, and we immediately turned. We got on the radio, and a few of us were screaming into it, "Please help us, please help us. They're trying to kill us, please help us. We have nothing but women and children on board, please help us." At first, we thought it went on deaf ears. Those few minutes that passed were absolute torture as we prayed that the enemy, who was now much closer, wouldn't just start firing on us. We knew they wanted live prisoners, so we knew that if we were taken, we would be beaten severely and simply sent back to the horrors that we came from. And then it happened. Our own language, but a human voice came across, telling us to power down our weapons. As soon as we could find them, we shut them off. And seeing this, they must have realized something. They told us to power down the engines. It took us a moment before we said, fine. What's the worst that could happen? We get blown out of the sky. That was going to happen anyway. So we powered down the engines and went adrift. And that is when those monsters came closer. We could see on our sensors, but we didn't have to use the sensors. They were close enough. We could see them now. They got closer and closer. But then the human ships, they moved in closer as well. Our alarms started sounding as we realized we had been targeted. We didn't know by who. But then those bastards decided to fire on the humans. Several of these energy weapons fired, and I saw one or two of them refract off one of the hulls. That was so glorious, as suddenly we saw flashes burst from the human ships, and these huge projectiles flew past us at amazing speed, so fast that even our eyes couldn't pick it up. Without realizing what had happened, that ship that had fired was ripped to pieces, its hull in at least two separate sections, if not more, as large chunks fell upon our own hull. We realized we hadn't been fired at. The human ship's accuracy was pinpoint. We again prayed and hoped that we wouldn't be shot down as the alarm still blared that we had been targeted. And then the enemy fired again from their other ships, apparently wanting revenge for their lost comrades. But those three human ships did not hesitate to open up with a complete salvo. Torpedoes, missiles, energy weapons, and more of those large projectiles lit up the sky, so much so that we had to cover our eyes. Our eyes are much more sensitive to light than humans, and we could see as the enemy ships that had not been struck hard turned and went to run. And just as the next salvo began, one ship, a single tug of a ship, got away, but not the others. The humans didn't care. They got up close, point blank range, as they call it, with the enemy ships. Again, we could hear them ordering the enemy to stand down, and one simple shot from a almost completely dismantled destroyer sealed their fate. The humans did not take enemy prisoners. Not that day. But finding out that they would be coming aboard to rescue us, to free us from what we had experienced, that was everything to us. Finding, finally seeing those that had come to free us was frightening. A giant, a giant encased in metal, stepped forward and looked at us. It had no face. It's, it looked at us. We could see our own faces in the reflection. I could see just how scared I was as the one that was our leader stepped forward, and then other humans came in strange suits. But these suits were different. These suits seemed to only be there for protection, as we could see much of the human's face. It spoke, and a moment later, a translation of our own language came out. They told us that they had to check us. The medical teams had to check us. And that is when we looked over. We moved out of the way for those that had been injured, the young, the emaciated, and the humans immediately went to work. Even that giant metal man moved forward, opened something on the side of his pouch, and he reached to a young one with such gentleness. He reached over and slowly wrapped up a cut on its leg. It was amazing. without me knowing, more of these giant metal creatures had come in, and again, they didn't attack us. They simply ate at us. They asked us what type of food we eat. We didn't know how to explain, but we are omnivorous by nature, but usually the only thing we eat are plants and insects. With a little bit of discussion, they brought in some food for us. It wasn't very good. It was what they call military rations, but it was still food. They told us to go easy on it. I found out later that is simply because they worried we would eat so much our stomachs would explode. I find that idea funny, but apparently this is something that happened in the past with humans, and they had no idea our biology at the time. Eventually, they took us back to one of their military bases, something where we found out these giant robot men were actually humans inside. It was strange. They were so large for males, something we weren't used to. Those that had us as prisoners were much larger, but we never saw anything that was shaped like us to be so large. There was the occasional, what the humans call mutant oddity that might happen, but aside from that, it was exceptionally rare. And then when we finally got to the base, they said, "Okay, you're cleared medically, so we can actually talk to you." It was that same one. We insisted that the same security personnel stay with us the entire time. We already knew how gentle they were. We didn't know how dangerous others might be. We were still nervous around these new humans. And even though they had brought us in, we had no idea what they could do to us. And it was a very interesting moment. As a group of us, I was towards the front, standing very close to the large metal human when they said, "Okay, we can now talk to you directly." The helmet was taken off. I thought it would fold back or away, but no, he fully removed the helmet. It came off with an almost pop. It must have been this padding around, or maybe it was actually atmospherically capable, but it came off and I saw his face. Rugged and just no horns, but much more. I don't know the word to say, but he was still quite large. The rest of his security, as he calls his subordinates, took off their helmets so we could see. It was the first time we breathed each other's air. And the medical staff as well opened up their suits so we could see their faces fully. The first time outside of a screen. It was something else. To know that they trusted us so much that they would share their air with us, to be around us without fear, but also without hostility. It was something else, but then something started to happen. You could see it around the room. I felt it myself. Our bodies were getting hotter as things went on. The armored human reached up and grabbed me as I was starting to get shaky. I was having trouble staying on my feet. He raised me up as I fell against it. I reached up, not more than an arm's reach away from his face. I reached up and it was something about the smell. It made us want to mate. We couldn't figure out what it was. It actually scared the humans a little bit. They thought there was something wrong with us. They thought they had infected us. The medical personnel immediately started putting everything back on. The human I was with, he tried to put his helmet on, but I would not let go of his face. Those small ears I grabbed a hold of. and I wouldn't let go. He showed compassion. He was trying not to hurt me as he was trying to get my fingers away, but I kept pulling towards. He looked around. He started yelling at his own subordinates to cover back up, but they were already being leaned on by one of ours, several of ours, all of ours. All but our children were inexorably being pulled towards them. We couldn't understand. Eventually, they did get us off and seal their suits up, and they came in and checked us over and over again, and eventually the feeling subsided. They tested again, but this time it was just one. It was that same human. It was the same one I held on to, and he was ordering everybody to stay back. He again opened up his suit, but this time it was only his hand. Just the hand. He reached out and touched my face, caressed it, more like it. He started saying back to everybody how smooth our skin was, how soft our fur was. And yet, as soon as I could smell that hand again, it took over again. It started pulling me, not nearly as hard, but it was still there. We did not understand this, but eventually the medical staff figured it out. It was the fact that the humans secreted the same exact smell in their perspiration as we do when we are, well, ready to mate. So, simple security precautions were put in place. I still remember seeing the human as he took his helmet off. He looked at his men who had come in, most of which were only carrying light gear, and then he said something to them about throwing them out an airlock. I didn't understand. I didn't care. I was just glad that they took care of us. And it wasn't long before we could see the sunlight again on the military base we were at. It was wonderful. The sunlight felt great. To be free. There's already talk about bringing us back to Earth after we have been fully integrated. I can't wait. I can't wait to see their planet. I'm so excited to see the planet. To finally know what it's like to be free again. Welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 13. Point of View. Commander of Recon Group 14, Captain Kleiner. Our first contact when recovering these refugees was not what we expected. We received our initial warning approximately 4 seconds prior to them coming out of the FTL. At that point, they had not only come into normal space, but apparently had been on full burn. The engines were actually glowing hot, so much so that our sensors needed absolutely no calibration to pick them up. They were not going towards us at all. In actuality, they seemed to be heading towards Earth, which gave us a bit of a fright at the time. However, we did try to contact them, but before the message could go out, we had another ping on our radar saying that there was more ships incoming. We held position as we didn't even know if we had been spotted yet. At that point, 8 of the enemy ships came in behind that first flotilla of enemy ships. At this point, we held our position simply because we needed more information. After further scans, we realized that the first group was nothing but freighters, basically civilian ships from the enemy. They were of the same design, same alien design, so we knew it wasn't those who had tried to play us for fools by messing with our ships. However, we did know that these were designed strictly from those who would be our enemies and would take us out if they had the chance. The second flotilla that came in was strictly military aircraft. It was easy to tell after scans showed that there was minimal staffing, maximum engine, and weapons. However, we were a little surprised at the armor that was being used. At this point, our senior NCO had come in to get a firm grasp on the situation. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to fully brief him before we sent out our first message. We told them all to stand down. They are entering human space and they will be fired on. To our surprise, the first flotilla actually turned immediately, which is surprising all of us that it didn't kill everybody inside considering the high G turn that they did, and flew straight at us. This was enough to make all of our weapons officers get a little fidgety. Our XO was able to calm everything down as we looked over them and realized that the freighters that were coming didn't have more than point defense cannons on them. So they would have to get way closer than we would have to worry about. To our surprise again, we had a transmission come in from that first flotilla, which we had to translate. It was not the enemy language that we knew, and our translator would take approximately 1.5 minutes to translate it over. When we finally heard what it was nothing but screaming from female voices begging for help, saying that they are fleeing those that are chasing them. We couldn't just sit there and watch a whole bunch of ships full of women and children get blown apart. However, we still did not know if this was a ruse of some sort. So, I ordered everyone to target the enemy ships, but do not fire until fire upon. I remember looking up at my senior NCO, and he was dead eyes fixed on the screen. At this point, we sent out another message that says if you are non-hostile, turn off your weapon systems, which took approximately 30 seconds, but the front flotilla did. However, the second flotilla seemed to be powering up weapon systems and also pushing their engines pretty much to their absolute limit. We sent out another message just to be sure to turn off their engines if they are truly non-hostile. At that point, the front flotilla shut off its weapons and went adrift, and that's when things got sporting. To our complete dismay and surprise, those behind them began to fire on those ships and us as well. One of the shots actually fired at us, bounced off the hull right next to the bridge monitors. This was immediately responded to in kind by our primary railgun. It is of note that the enemy did not use any projectile weapons, missiles, torpedoes, slugs of any sort, but was strictly limited to energy weapons. The energy weapons, being far enough out, dispersed enough where they did not damage our hull except for a little bit of paint scratching. However, our railgun, as they had already entered our secondary envelope, was more than enough to split their ship in half. Seeing this happen, we noted that all the rest of the warships had turned towards us and tried to close distance as soon as possible. As soon as they targeted us, I contacted the rest of the ships and told them to target the warships and the warships only. If they fire, you will take them all out of the sky. It was less than 10 seconds later before the first ship took a pot shot at one of our frigates. As we only have 2 of those plus my ship, this was a definite call to action. Without skipping a beat, the gunnery officers did exactly as they were trained, and they ripped those warships apart. A single smaller ship was able to dodge the incoming fire, at least most of it, as it turned and obviously was about to jump to FTL. This ship was a much smaller ship than the other ones, which is probably the only reason why we could not destroy it, at least not at that range. Had we launched missiles or torpedoes at it, it would not have been able to escape. However, not a single missile and or torpedo was launched out of my ship, and only a single volley of torpedoes was launched out of one of my frigates. it made the jump. However, we did actually end up touching it with one of the railguns, which was enough to blow off part of the armor as we found it later. Upon recovering the frigates that had called for help, we were put back at the site of our new associates. They, well, they look frail. They look very frail. Upon first inspection of their ship, we found out that many of them were emaciated, extremely dehydrated, and injured. This led many of our medical teams to exhaust our medical supplies in helping them. This including our guard unit, which used up most of their individual first aid kits patching up children. We are currently en route back to Proxima 3 for rearm and resupply. I request that medical staff be on standby, as we are unsure about any potential bacterial or virus infections from our new friends, and we'd like to get them checked before we allow them into the general population. This is Commander Kleiner, signing off. Welcome back, everybody, to Chapter 14 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of View. Master Sergeant Sin commanding. Well, dealing with these PZ, and for the love of me, I can't possibly pronounce their actual name. I swear. How the heck do you say that? I mean, seriously, with a forked tongue, they say the P, the U, the A, the R, the L, all at the same time. I can't do it. Anyway, dealing with their issues has been something that we've had to take into account. One of the things that surprisingly has helped is a whole bunch of the vapor up that we put under the nose. At least that way they can't smell us. That has helped out a lot. However, them having to go through a whole bunch of training to try and keep themselves from being overcome by their primal urges, shall we say, that took a little while. Now, thankfully, I'm actually holding on to the one. I call her Serena because I can't pronounce her first name, not in her language. Again, I only have one tongue, and mine's not forked. However, she finds it funny the way I pronounce it. I don't know, maybe it sounds like a child. However, if I hear one more guy saying, "Boy, you have a type and it's not human," I'm going to just kick someone right in the ovaries. Though at least we were able to get the rest of them onto another planet because my patrol group had to go out. Serena's staying with me on this ship, and she has a lot of trouble walking around sometimes with some of these guys. She's very attractive, and let's face it, these are army guys. So, yeah, fun. Anyways, at least when we picked up our new equipment, we got the new suits, which are far superior to the ones we had before. We actually have the new scout suits, which I got, which are very, very fast. We also have our heavy weapons, along with our recon suits and a few others. So much better, but I swear, they're picking up every possible idea from science fiction. Holy crap. I look at the old video games we used to watch and play when we were a kid, and I'm like, can you guys think of anything that wasn't already 2D on this screen? Don't get me wrong, it's nice to have this armor. It's great. It'd be nice if we actually had a dispersive energy shield, because most of the alien weapons, that is, are energy based. But hey, at least they'll stop us from getting impaled, so that's a bonus. Also, considering how much anti-concussion force is or padding is in those things, it is wonderful. I'll tell you, I don't know how many times somebody said incoming, say what before you can even dive, something goes off next to you. At least we got that covered. However, I do find it funny that somebody on Earth was screaming about how, oh no, we should have the Marines out there. We should have the Marines out there. Tell me something. What the hell would the water grunts need to do up here? Holy crap, they can stick with Embassy Guard like they've been doing for so long. When it comes to anything coming from space, no, no, no. Us former Army guys, we got this covered. Seriously, what the hell we need Marines for? Docking onto a ship and taking it is almost impossible. Besides, by the time you do that, most ships are either gutted or in pieces. Another thing we got extra on was the new weapons. They're a little bigger. And when I say bigger, I don't mean as in they're just larger. I mean the bullets are larger. Somehow they made a way to reinforce the barrel. So now we're firing full 20 millimeter rounds. Oh, those things. If we didn't have a suit, it'd rip your arm off. But I'd rather have that. We also have a whole bunch of different types of explosives now. It's always nice to have because, hey, we got one guy here. He used to play baseball. I've never seen anybody chuck one of these massive grenades so perfectly. I'm actually looking forward to see what he can do later. Although if I hear one more person say, "Hey, where's the magazine lug?" Like, dude, it's retractable. Hit the button. Stupid. Though it makes me wonder what's coming up next. They wouldn't be outfitting us with all this if they didn't have something big coming up. And I mean something real big. I also checked the rations. They think us ground pounders are stupid, but trust me, when they start feeding us very, very well, and they start giving us the really good, whiz bang stuff, we know something big is coming up. I'm looking over at Serena right now. Man, I kind of wish she wasn't out here with me. I want to protect her. I had found out that my nephew is actually, well, he's engaged to one of them already. That was something else. It's Serena's aunt, which is kind of strange. But hey, why not, right? At least they'll be safe. That's important. Well, time for more training and get these guys ready for God knows what is coming up next. Welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 15. Point of View. Fleet Admiral Pop of the 3rd Defense Fleet. As soon as we received word that the enemy would be on their way, we were immediately mobilized to the most likely direction they were going to be coming from. Of course, this is space, so it's not like we can set up permanent battle lines. However, once we got there, we didn't have to wait very long. Less than 6 days, which is extremely fast in terms of space combat, especially the distance that need to be covered, we got word that they were coming. A basic armada of enemy showing up. Thankfully, the 4th and 8th fleets actually showed up to reinforce us, which really helped out and brought the pucker factor down from 2,000 down to about, I don't know, 900. It didn't matter. Everyone was on edge because we did not know what was going to happen. That being said, I was a little at ease seeing how easily our ships tore their other ships apart. After looking through the debris field, we found that their ships were more designed for speed and firepower than they were designed for actually absorbing any type of hits. It was also very interesting not to find a single type of ballistic weapon. They had a type of harpoon, but almost everything they had as far as offensive weapons was energy based. This was confusing to us because we know, especially in space combat, unless you're really close, the lasers come apart on the way there. It doesn't matter what type, UV, particle, it doesn't matter. Out of the 500 types of lasers, forget it. They're all going to dissipate before they hit at that distance. The moment we found that they were decelerating out of FTL, which you have to do before you enter another galaxy simply due to the addition of gravity wells, we realized we were severely outnumbered. Their ships were dotting the skies as they jumped in. Immediately, we were all called to general quarters and all weapons were primed. Our ground pounders were actually a little pissed because the only thing they could do in this type of situation was to hand out ammo if we needed it, or to go get wounded if we took any hits. Although we were grateful that they were around their environmental suits so they could patch up any holes we got. That being said, they were well out of our range before anything started. Just to make sure that they were here with hostile intent, we did send out messages over and over. Regard your intent, and you are trespassing on human territory. Stand down. They didn't care. Either they didn't receive us, which I doubt that was the case, or they just didn't care and just looked at us as more food and slaves for them. Everything began. As standard for human protocol, the first thing that happened is we fired our torpedoes and missiles in their direction. For those who don't know, torpedoes are much stronger, however, they are not very agile. They can take a hit from an energy blast, one or two, before detonated. However, missiles are far more agile and are usually used to take down enemy fighter craft if they have any. We didn't see any. However, at this range, it wouldn't have mattered if they deployed or not. It would take them over 20 minutes just to even get close enough to use their weapons. That being said, we watched as dots of their over 500 ships just start disappearing off our screens. People looked at each other and said, "This is too easy." And then we got a really bad surprise. Remember how I said their ships are built for speed? They realized that we had outranged them, so they got closer. And then they fired their own missiles at us. We found out that their missiles are, I guess you could say, cumbersome. They're not designed to kill. They're designed to puncture the hull and then feed a whole bunch of their own warriors in. What they didn't realize is our point defense systems are designed specifically to shatter those types of torpedoes and missiles. They didn't even get close, which again actually made my crew laugh. For a moment, I thought maybe I should just be drinking a coffee just to show how easy this is. Unfortunately, we did not have enough long-range weapons to take out their entire fleet, and we very soon came to the mercy and realization that we would have to turn this into a mid-range fight. Mid-range, of course, meant that our railguns, our MAC cannons, or whatever in the hell you want to call them, is going to fire. The enemy would also be within range that their energy weapons would start making some sort of a dent. This is what everybody expects in space combat when they first see any type of video game or any of that, because it looks good on screen. It's not so fun when you're on the receiving end of their main cannon. Unfortunately for them, once they got into range, I gave the command all guns to fire at will. You could feel the ship shudder every time one of the cannons fired. They may be rail guns, but inertia is inertia, and vacuum's a bitch. Again, we saw more dots on our screen disappear as we got a good look at them. They were trying to dodge our cannon rounds as they came in. Kind of hard to dodge a tungsten round going at about 3/4 the speed of light. Even though they had weak armor, it wouldn't have mattered at that point. That would even pierce this ship. It wasn't until we realized that their ships are obviously much faster and much more maneuverable than ours that we realized we might be in a little bit of trouble if they get too close. Well, they got too close. When their energy weapons first started opening up, we laughed because it wasn't even singeing the hull. We weren't laughing when they actually started melting the sides of our hull and we started getting small breaches here and there. Thankfully, we continued on with the slugfest even though I had to order a full reverse of our ships to try and get us some distance. That proved to be inconsequential. Their ships were on full burn towards us. Although saying full burn is kind of strange to say when you're using a gravimetric drive. Thankfully, just as the enemy started getting within prime weapons range, our sensors started beeping. There was another larger fleet coming in. It wasn't the enemy's. It was our primary defense fleet. The 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 7th fleets were all showing up at the same time, along with their associated carriers. The carriers immediately started dumping all sorts of drones out and filled the skies. Our computers actually couldn't fire without hitting one of our drones once they passed us, which took about a minute for them to get there. However, it was enough to actually cause all sorts of havoc in the enemy lines. With that, in one swoop, they came in and we lost approximately 14% of our drones on the first pass. However, as soon as they broke away, we fired our main guns back into their fleet and ripped them a new one. Quite literally, drove a hole from one end to the other. That is when the enemy must have realized that they were completely outmatched because they tried to run. The orders came in from the 1st Defense Fleet Admiral. I don't want any of those bastards to escape. At that point, I didn't understand his vitriol at the time, but we followed orders. I told the gunners to empty everything. I don't want any ordnance left on this ship. And I swear I saw my tactical officer smile. Oh, he smiled big as he gave the order, the words echoing throughout the ship. Fire everything. Run them hot. And then everything shuddered as every last torpedo, every last missile, every PDC, point defense cannon, if the enemy was close enough, was just running everything dry. We could feel a constant shudder as each of the railguns, the Gauss rifles, fired into the enemy fleet as they tried to turn. These things tried to go full burn away. Wasn't happening. Not only were they getting pummeled by our main ships, but our drones were just tearing them small bits into their hulls one by one. Though each drone was only armed with a few small missiles and one main gun as an energy weapon, it was still enough to slow down, if not disable, a few of their ships. Yet, the enemy ran. We never thought they would run. But suddenly, without warning, they flipped. 180-degree flip, and they burned straight at us. That was when people realized exactly what was going on. The enemy was going to try and take as many of us with them as possible. What they didn't realize is the main fleet had finally got online with us, and they were also emptying their guns as well. We may have taken losses, but it was a complete victory for us. The enemy fleet was now just floating hulks in space. We offered to pick up any surrendering forces. However, none of them surrendered. It wasn't until after the battle that I received the debriefing from the head admiral that why his vitriol against the enemy. They showed us the videos that were taken from our refugees. I can't get the image out of my mind. Young prisoners being eaten, old ones being torn apart. They were doing horrible things to the females and sometimes even to the males. But what really, really twisted us the wrong way was when we saw a woman screaming in agony as her infant child was dropped into the enemy's maw, and you heard the crunch. And I swear that bastard looked at her, licked its lips, if you call those lips, and smiled. Oh, now we're pissed. And guess what? That video was accidentally leaked. And now All of humanity is pissed off. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chapter 16 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view. First Lieutenant Sin, Orbital Drop Fleet. Well, it took us several months after that first engagement to get ready, but boy, we didn't have to worry about getting any support from back home. When they saw that leaked video, they were just as pissed as the rest of us. I guess no alien species around the entire cosmos besides us realizes you don't go after kids, asshole. Regardless, I had to calm my guys down a little bit. They wanted a piece of the action so bad, I actually had to turn down people from joining. It was quite interesting. Since this is my first time in the officer's chair, we'll see how it goes. When we got ready for the actual jump into enemy controlled territory, we were already strapping into our pods. The new pods we have were outfitted not single seat, but no, they were set up for 4 people each, so it took a little longer for us to get in. All 4 sides, we were locked in, and we'd be launched down in one large group. This was so that the enemy couldn't actually find us on their radar. There'd be too many of us for their anti-missile systems or anti-capital ship or whatever system they've got going on down there to actually take us out. Not to mention, once we actually get through the atmosphere, the outer edge bursts off, leaving a huge trail of debris. I think they got that from a book somewhere, but I'll have to look that back up one day. From what we could tell, this is going to overload their radar, so they won't be able to get a good lock on us. Good thing, too, because once we get close to the ground, the pull that comes out of there from when the chutes open up, oh man, you think your brains went down into your butthole. As we're strapped in, we look a lot like those toys when they're wrapped up in foam. You can't move, you can't see anything. All you got is your HUD. And on your heads-up display, all you have is comms chatter and status checks on your guys, and that's about it. It's completely quiet. As we're getting ready to drop, I can actually hear a few guys get a little sick because they didn't know what they were in for. But still, the look in their eyes said, I want a piece of these bastards. Well, they're going to get a whole lot more than a piece. Once we got into our pods, we could always tell when things were happening, even before the communications officer got a hold of us. We could tell when we jumped out of FTL space and into our own. That was a heck of a jerk, especially if you're pointed in the wrong direction. Your forehead just about smacks the front of your helmet, but you're still locked in position, so basically your guts are bouncing around. That's not fun. Then the Corvette that flies us in detaches from the main ship. And boy, the acceleration off those things, I really wish they would warn us. I swear, just like back in the day, those pilots just enjoy shaking us around just for the shits and giggles of it. But when you get close, you can hear the mechanism opening underneath you, and you know it's time to go. You're given a countdown, roughly time out, and then this typical red light. And that son of a bitch is looking you square in the face. And you're thinking, oh, geez. From the time of the green light turning on to the time you're released is less than a second. So you better hope your butt doesn't actually go up into your brains at that point. Thankfully, the release isn't too bad. You're not actually shot out the bottom. You don't have to be. The gravity well of the planet does all the work for you. Now, when the thrusters kick in to actually push you towards where your LZ is going to be, that's a bit different. And you feel that jostle you around as you go down. And I'll tell you what, I don't care who you are. It's a good thing the microphones are off because you are cursing up a storm as the anti-aircraft fire. You can hear in-atmosphere aircraft go whipping past you. Sometimes you can't tell if it's them or a missile, or sometimes the occasional pop, pop, pop of some sort of ballistic bouncing against the side of your hull. Usually those are ours. The enemy still does not like ballistics, at least not that we understand them as well. However, as you're coming in, you actually get the altimeter looking at you, and you're just like, oh crap, here we go. And all you can say at that point is prepare for the ouch. So you feel the chutes open, and then all of a sudden is that opening shock as it slows you down for about 10 seconds before your pod hits the ground. When the pod hits the ground, all four doors, they don't lower like you see in the video games. Oh, no, no, no. They launch and they fire about a good 50 feet straight forward. This is a safety concern because it takes about 3 seconds for us to actually get out of our harnesses and grab our weapons. This is more to make sure that the enemy isn't turned and looked at us. They're more concerned with dodging this huge piece of metal that just went flying past them. With practice proficiency, my men got moving to where they needed to be. We had 3 different landing zones we had to take care of and make sure they were clear for our shuttles to actually come down and bring the heavier guns. And I can tell you this, the enemy figured that out real quick and they were not happy. On the way to my first LZ, I got a good look at a few of these things, and I'll tell you what, they're nightmare fuel incarnate. As a quick description of the sniffs, our enemy, they stand anywhere from 12.5 to 16 feet tall. 4 legs that are spread out like spider legs, but thick as tree trunks. You'd swear they were part elephant. They didn't come to a point by any means, which is why we could always hear them coming with a thump, thump, thump that they made. These things were heavy, large, with several layered carapaces up their dorsal and ventral sides. Their head was squished into the body. It was hard to actually make out a movable neck. No eye stalks, but the eyes were affixed forward, strictly like that of a predator. All 4 of them. On either side, you could see their 6 additional appendages, 2 of which were manipulators with 4 fingers on each. 2 were clearly meant for offensive because they looked straight out of something a praying mantis would have. These massive, massive blades, which I really did not want to test against my armor. And then 2 additional appendages, which we found out were the only way to really tell the males and females apart. The male's appendages were longer and looked more like a tail, actually, and the other ones were wider and were designed to accept the tail. So I'll just leave that. So those were kept mostly to the side, but needless to say, when they got desperate, they'll use anything to beat the crap out of you. Our new suits were great that we were able to actually go at them at full speed, and our new weapon systems cut through them like crazy. What amazed us was the fact that they barely had any energy weapons in hand, and they had absolutely no ballistic weapons. They tried to take us on hand to hand, and it actually made my guys laugh. I'm not even joking. I can hear guys laughing and taking bets on how many each of them get and who's fighting over which kill. These things would come running at you from 50 to 100 meters away, and our guys would just cut through them like they weren't there. That being said, you only have so much ammo, and these things knew it. They also knew they were fighting for the planet once we were on the ground. So they came at us in groups, and as large as they were very, very mobile. These things could jump sideways, up, down, left, right, and center, made it very difficult to get a bead on them. As they ran through the forest, it was even more difficult as our rounds would reflect off the trees and the rocks and anything else they could hide behind as they zigzagged through the forest. That didn't stop my men from taking them down piecemeal. And when I mean piecemeal, I mean literally. In several cases, I would see one laying on the ground missing all its arms and legs and still be sitting there trying to bite at you. Boy, these things were mean. Our translator finally was able to catch up to them, and we could hear them actually giving orders to each other. So there was some sort of military understanding on what to do. The only problem is for them, they didn't stop. Once they engaged, they just came at you. The closest I can say was back before I was around, the war in Korea, where they would just come at you in sheets. More and more and more. They wouldn't stop. They just wouldn't stop. There's just more of them. And they came out like roaches out of a tunnel. And yes, they did have tunnels, and sometimes they just popped out of the ground. I'll say a few guys were joking how they almost shit themselves, how these things just jumped up. Unfortunately, because of this, we started taking some casualties. And the casualties were mean. It didn't take long for the enemy to figure out that the joints were the weak spots in our armor. Our armor was strong enough it could take several, at least a half a dozen hits from those giant blades they have. But that wasn't going to stop the kinetic force as it launched you sideways, or down, or back, or whichever way they hit you. The manipulator arms were very long and very strong. In one case, I saw one of my platoon sergeants get actually pushed down, and he was being held down by both arms as this thing was trying to hack at his helmet with its bladed arms. It would have been scary if it wasn't for the fact that less than a second later, two of his subordinates blew this thing in half, and I quite literally mean in half. As it turns out, our weapons, if used in tandem, can actually bust through the center carapace of these things. When we finally reached our LZ, it was hard to hold the area, but we still called down air support to make sure that we could keep them back long enough to get our big weapons down. I give serious props to the pilots having to go through all that crap to get to the ground, just to drop off a couple of heavy weapons and then run back up to space just to get more. We owe our lives to those guys because we were starting to run low. I even had to extinguish my flamethrower. It wasn't very good except for close quarters, but let's face it, you run out of rifle rounds, you have to do what you can do. The enemy did not like the flamethrower. However, they could fight through the pain if it was just you, which made us very, very nervous. I'm going to have to tell my chain of command about that and ask for something a little more sticky and napalmish, maybe a little Willie P along with it. When we finally secured the LZ and got another round of shuttles coming down, we had to load our wounded, which were beginning to mount as these things just would not stop coming. Eventually, we got enough heavy weapons on the ground we can keep them at range, and they seem to hold off and retreat to their, if you want to call, a city. It wasn't very big, about the size of a small town, but the buildings were massive. That was our next objective. As we moved on to the city, more of them tried to ambush us. Unfortunately, they started making gains in that respect. I had to watch several of my men die screaming as they got impaled, as these frickin' sniffs figured out that if they came up to the side and aimed for the joints, they could actually get underneath the main armor. It was not fun to watch at all. When we finally caught one alive that had actually killed one of our guys, I personally walked up and said, "No prisoners," as I blew the bastard's head apart. I was done with them now. Reaching the city, we realized we had just got through the easy part. As anyone can tell you, moving through urban terrain is not easy, especially when it's non-human terrain and you don't know where what is. Is that a window? Is that a door? Is that a ceiling? Is that a floor? I don't know. So we had to go and move room by room, street by street, level by level, clearing everything out. More than once I had to stop and call for another resupply and to get our wounded out. Thankfully, another one of the platoons caught up to us and we were able to keep going. When we finally reached towards the center of their city, we received one of the biggest shocks ever. Now, I had told them to go in and destroy anything with more than 2 legs. But as soon as I started hearing calls for the platoon sergeant and myself, I ran over and we received again a hell of a shock. To my absolute surprise, we found a different species. We didn't know if these were a different type of our enemy or not, so I told my men to hold fire. Thankfully, the platoon sergeant had told them that before I even got there. This new species was strictly reptilian in nature, bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs, a tail, but clearly it was evolved from some sort of lizard. I couldn't tell what. And if my distinction is anything to go by, they were exclusively female. But this made sense considering what they were doing. They were tending to the enemy's eggs and their hatchlings. We had actually made it into the center of the hive, and we didn't even realize it. Now, the enemies don't have a queen. These were of different mates across their entire planet. It's something they do. They just bring all their eggs to one spot and they hatch at the same place. I'm not sure why, and our technicians, our linguistics, nobody can figure it out. Eventually, we were able to get them to speak. Even they were scared of us and didn't want to speak. Especially when I lifted up my visor so they could see my face. I'm assuming that was a scream of terror because it backed away, but my ears couldn't decipher it. Thankfully, once they started speaking and I called for an extra interpreter, they were able to actually figure it out. And when I mean they, I mean the AI was able to figure it out. Thankfully, once they did, we realized what was happening. It was another slave species. These slaves were being used as nursemaids. We asked if there was any more across the planet. They said yes. And we found out really quick that any one of these towns, any one of the cities will always have at least one of these hatching facilities. Well, that made everybody go into overtime, especially when we found out there was another set of slaves. We don't do slaves. That is a human constant. It's been that way for a long, long time. We told them they would be free, but apparently they had been slaves so long they didn't understand the concept. Thankfully, when we told them that they just had to follow us and we would feed them and house them and get them back to their families, they followed us. Then again, I'm pretty sure that was more to their programming as slaves for their entire lives. When we finally got them back to the aid station, they were checked out and come to find out they were all very malnourished. I looked at a little closer and I remembered one of my roommates having lizards as pets, and I realized something I should have realized sooner. Most lizards keep nutrients in their tails. These lizards, their tails were almost rat tails. They were so thin, they weren't bulky or built out like a lizard's tail should be. So immediately we tried to figure out what they eat, and it's not surprising that they preferred protein sources. Well, we got them as much as we could to make sure they wouldn't make them sick, but I still had areas to clear. I left just as the medics were handing over food to each of them, and of course water. And these slaves just started scarfing it down and actually begging for more. When I put that out across the net, along with the company commander and everyone else, there was a new round of rage to the sniffs. Everyone wanted them dead, and it was all I could do not to allow them to torch the egg center. That hatchery had to stay. We don't kill kids. What would be taking care of them? That's not my concern. My concern was securing this planet. So I called my men together. We found out what our next objective would be, and we moved out. I would like to say the rest of the mission went off just as clean, but not even close. As soon as the enemy found out that we were rescuing the slaves from them, they went into asset denial and they started killing them off. Apparently, that was going to be their new food source while they waited for us to come into their dens. It was another scene out of a horror movie as we cleared an area and found nothing but these lizards, at least what was left of them. Bones broken, meat stripped off, blood all over the place. And it wasn't just the nursemaids. They had eaten the young, these bastards. I looked at my men, I said, "We're done being nice." I backed them out of that area and I called in every piece of support I could get. When they asked why they should drop that much ordnance, I showed them the video feed from my suit. After about 30 seconds, I was ordered to back up because this explosion was going to be big. They weren't kidding. It would be the first time I've ever seen a shot fired from orbit. But it wasn't just one. Every ship that could fire a shot fired at least one round. Either it was a rod of tungsten, a missile, a torpedo, or one of those new high-focus laser weapons they got. There was nothing left of that city except a crater. A glowing crater covered in melted glass. There was no cheers from my men. There was only anger. I looked over at my platoon sergeants and said, "We got work to do." Things would get worse from there. It would become worse because we found out it was not only the lizards, but our new allies, the PZ, were there and they were being slaughtered. Not just slaughtered, but they would be slowly torn apart, and their screams for help would echo inside our helmets, just daring us to come and try to save them. As for someone who cares for one deeply, it was all I could do not to run in there and tear every snip a new one, but I knew it was an ambush. What could I do? But I didn't have to make that choice. Everyone, every human, it didn't matter. Soldier, pilot, medic, engineer, technician, they didn't care either. Now was the time to get the friendlies out. We are human. That is what we do. And we drove in with reckless abandonment as I saw two of my men get dropped to the ground by those massive blades. I was in the rear of the stack, unfortunately, as I saw more of those giant blades swing around, our ballistic weapons blasting out in every direction. Guys trying to throw in stun grenades, trying to get anything, stun, smoke. It didn't matter. They just kept coming, those bastards, those giant tunnels. They would just crawl up on the sides, coming at us from every single corner like fucking roaches. They would slash at us. They would pound at us with their extra appendages. They would kick us with those massive legs. I ended up down on my back, grabbing somebody else's weapon and firing right into another sniff as it came down and slashed into my leg. It pierced my armor, but it didn't go very deep, thankfully. I was able to get back on my feet, and what we found inside was not just sniff bodies. They had slowly torn the slaves apart. There were some on the ground, missing arms, missing legs, missing tails. Some of them were even eviscerated, others with huge bite marks missing out of them. It was something straight out of hell. But if they want hell, that is what they'll get. And I screamed that through the radio to the rest of my men. Some of them were even low on ammo. They didn't even care. They pulled out their blades and just kept going. The reckless abandonment, the sheer rage that permeated through that area made the sniffs hesitate. They didn't think that we would actually get through. They didn't think we would actually get to their center. They didn't think that we could beat them. And we did. I still don't know how many we killed. I do know the losses in my platoon were 28% casualties, 4% KIA. We carried them back to the ships so that we could take the bodies back to their families. But I did one thing that I hate doing, even though it's necessary. I took their dog tags and I put them in the letter that would be sent home. An old fashioned letter, not a telegram, not a mail, not anything else but an old fashioned letter which would be delivered by the chaplain himself or herself. This was going to be a long, long road. But to our surprise, we wouldn't fight it alone. As we were carrying out a few of our men, several of our new apparent allies came over and helped us carry their bodies. We looked at them, so weak from malnutrition. We couldn't believe that they were actually willing to help. They could barely lift the metal body of one of my men still in his suit, but they helped. Total collected around the entire globe, approximately 21,000 new Lizard personnel and approximately 1,800, if not a little less, of the PZ, at least what was left of them. Though with everything going on, I can say this: our determination has not wavered one bit. If anything else, we're more determined because we're humans, and that's what we do. Hello and welcome to Chapter 17 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: former slave of the Sniff hegemony. I remember my time seeing the humans. I was scared, but grateful. I didn't know that they had come to liberate us at first. I was one of the only few males of my species to be maintained. All the rest were sent to work camps or used for food by our captors. Originally, we come from a rather mud-filled world. That's what the humans call it. Very, very viscous, but it works for us. At the time, we had just started reaching out to the stars. We had just started building our telescopes. But all that changed when our oppressors showed up. They flew in with a massive fleet and immediately started tearing apart our civilizations. Our villages, our towns, our cities fell like grass beneath a blade. And then they took us. They took us kicking and screaming, trying to run away. But unfortunately, those four large legs were able to chase us. Thankfully, if we got deep enough into our mud, our home, they couldn't chase us all that well and would use other means of getting us out. Usually, this involved things like electric shock, which we are not very accustomed to. Under subjugation, we were brought up that if we even looked sideways at our oppressors, we may be beaten or eaten at any given time. Most of our males were shipped away to work colonies in areas that were similar to our home planet, but not suitable for those who had enslaved us. This meant that only a few of us were kept around for comfort of the females, probably one of the only good parts of what happened. However, I was barely 3 or 4 cycles out of my egg when they took me, and thankfully it took another 4 years before they found me. Due to this, I was sent over into the nurseries with my mother, being that I was so small. However, I very, very quickly learned the brutality of those who had taken us from our homes. Not only was there a chance that they would just simply get hungry, grab one of us, rip a piece off, and eat it right in front of us, which they seemed to divide some sort of pleasure from doing as we screamed in pain. Even though we can regenerate our bodies, this did not bode well for us, as if we could not keep up our work, we were most likely in for a beating or worse. However, the worst ever that I saw was what happened to my hatchmate. Humans call it a sibling, my sister. We were not taken for more than a year when one of the males of these, as the humans say, these big bastards, took her, and in front of me, my mother, and my other hatchmates, she was. I cannot. I can't go on. I'm sorry. I must change. When the humans first invading the planet we were on, we heard the fighting, we heard all the alarms go off, but we stuck to our work. We had to stick to our work. We had been conditioned from a young age. My mother had once not focused on her work, and she was taken outside, snapped in half, and they ate her. It was horrible to hear her screams. I didn't dare look out to see what had happened or what was left. All I knew was that I had to focus on my work. These things continued to come back at us every once in a while, screaming in their own tongue, which was difficult for us to understand, but not impossible. We did have a translator. It was a small organic piece attached to us, but it was strange. They started saying different phrases that we had never heard before. I never would have thought that our oppressors would have shown fear, but they did. They did as the buildings began to rumble and the sounds of what I now know as weapons fire perforate the air as projectiles perforated the walls. But we kept to our duties. We knew that if we did not keep going, that we may as well just kiss our lives goodbye. When the humans first came in, we tried to pay them no mind. These giant mechanical bipeded monsters. We didn't know what to do, so we just kept doing our work. They looked at us, they raised their weapons to us, and I will admit, my blood ran colder than it normally does. I thought now I would immediately be done for, because this device was clearly a weapon. I had watched it end one of my oppressors right in front of us, but we didn't dare shed from our work. Instead, one came up, grabbed us, and put us into a group. Apparently, they had already figured out our language and put a small mechanical piece next to my head and next to the head of the others and said, "We are here to save you." We didn't believe them at first, but it wasn't until we saw more come in and they started looking us over, and it was clearly looking for us if we were hurt. This one with a strange red mark on it. It came to us and began to bandage any wounds that we had received. It was strange. We didn't know what to do, so we just looked at them. It didn't occur to us that they were here to truly, truly help us. We simply thought another oppressor had come. What was truly amazing to us is when they showed up with these massive boxes of a material we had never seen before. They opened them up and then suddenly started handing us things and telling us it's food, eat. Of course, it didn't taste well, and we looked at them with partial disgust. And one of the humans I will never forget said, "Don't worry, it's military rations. It's not meant to taste good. Just eat it." So we listened, because that's what we were conditioned to do. It wasn't until later that day, as the fighting continued across the city, and then I saw one of the massive buildings that we were never allowed to be in be obliterated. We looked across as we heard the sounds of all these, what I knew now to be humans, pointing, pointing at these buildings way off in the distance, as suddenly massive pieces of metal, metal with fire behind it, and some sort of blue and green came down from the sky and just turned that area into nothing but a glowing pit. We realized as they cheered, they were not here to hurt us at all. For the first time in a while, I believe I smiled. This seemed to scare the humans around us, as they didn't know what a smile was from us. They learned. It was not for another few days that we were finally given the option if we wanted to join their crews and fight back, or if we just wanted to wait for a ride home. Being a male, I knew what my job was to do. It was to fight. It was to protect. It was to get our home back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 18. Point of View: First Lieutenant Sin, Terran Military. Well, we got some new crewmates. Looks like these lizards we liberated from our enemy decided they want a piece of the action. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting, especially since we don't have any gear for them. Hell, most of them were just wearing rags, which made things, shall we say, interesting for the first week or two, especially because, well, we had to give them some of our clothes, but nothing fits when you're dealing with somebody who has a tail. And, well, they are a little bit taller than us, but definitely leaner. And, well, I did have to tell a few guys that, hey, hands off, because, well, they give birth to live children. And as anybody in the galactic community knows, you give birth to live children, you're going to be nursing the live children. So, yeah, the females got a set of those. So, yeah, I had to tell a few guys to knock it the hell off. One more wisecrack, and I'm just going to chop somebody in the throat and let them choke. However, dealing with them, I did find out that they have one hell of a work ethic. It's actually amazing how well their work ethic is. Must be from all those years of slavery and servitude. From what we can gather so far, we're looking at somewhere around 12 to 15 years solar cycles that they were prisoners. We won't have anything guaranteed or locked down. We're pretty sure that any direct records kind of got maybe a little vaporized on that last mission. We did get a little overzealous, but you know what? They pissed us off. Well, one of the extra things that we found out is that they actually nest like actual lizards. It's kind of strange having to share living quarters with these folks when we said, here's your bed, and the first thing they did was hollow it out so they had a nest to sleep in. Boy, that was a wake up call, dealing with another set of Xenos like this. Thankfully, I have my mate here with me, at least for now, since we're back here on Earth, getting ready for the next assault. That being said, this time she's going to stay behind. I don't want her coming with us for what's going to happen next. As bad as that first planet was, we caught them by surprise, which means next time they're going to see us coming, and they're going to be a whole lot more ready for us. Thankfully, some of the new weapons are coming down, which are going to make us even more lethal. Don't get me wrong, good old pop guns, ballistics are going to be very good, but we need some of those new energy weapons they've been working on. So far, the only thing they got is something so big that they had to build a destroyer around it. I don't get it. Space combat's not my forte. Regardless, a few of us ended up having to share our living quarters with our new lizard friends. And yes, we do just call them that, just because, well, again, we only have one tongue, and it's not forked. We can't pronounce anything. We have to constantly walk around with translators just because, well, we can't speak the language. It's all grunts and and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen. Not for me, at least. An additional thing we found out is that the majority of the males and females of their species were segregated. We're pretty sure this was for population control because, well, let's face it, that's what oppressors do. So, ended up sharing a room with one of the only males left there out of everybody we got out. I think we only got about, if I remember correctly, just under 2% of their population was male, which has led to some um, difficulties aboard ship. You see, their females don't have a mating season or cycle like you would expect other lizards to do. They're much more evolved in that aspect. However, that has led to some really bad rumors, and I'm sorry to say, yes, I did get called to one of my subordinates' rooms, and yes, I walked in while he was doing that with one of our new female associates. And I just looked him square in the eye and said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" He just looked at me and laughed and said, "Hey, this one's mine. You already have one. You go away." I just closed the door. I couldn't even stand it. Really? I'm starting to think humans are getting the rumor that we will do that with anything. Then again, I remember back in the day, if I remember correctly, what was it? Rule 34, I think they called it. 43, 37, whatever. It is too long ago. I don't remember. All I know is I just want to go home with my mate and just relax. I just want to forget the past couple of weeks. Because when we get back, we got preparations for the next drop. And the next drop is going to be a whole lot worse. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chapter 19 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: Admiral Pop, leading the invasion fleet against the Sniffs. This is for the record, as we will be making a detailed timeline of what is expected for the rest of the invasion. Given our first encounter with the enemy has gone over quite well, and we were able to take the fleet in and lose almost no ships, and our losses on the ground were minimal. It's to be expected that we will be reaching more resistance as time goes on, as we reach further and further into the home planet of our enemy. However, this is also to understand that they will have to reposition fleets away from other areas of their solar systems and reinforce, as we will not be trying any flanking maneuvers, and we will be trying to goat their main battleships into our guns. The fact that the enemy actually outnumbers us by a vast margin means we have to draw them in or risk an ambush that will cut us apart piecemeal. However, putting that aside, our timeline is to be expected as this. It takes approximately 6 hours to get a fleet moving from Earth to outside the solar system at sublight speed, maximum sublight speed. It will take anywhere from 6 hours to 12 hours if we are trying to keep the flotilla together. Using the Sol system as a standard, it should take us anywhere from 6 to 12 hours to cross in any solar system once we have completed our jump. As we all know, jumps are instantaneous and will bring us in outside of the gravity wells of the next solar system. This obviously shaves off several months of travel time. However, once we get there, it is expected that the enemy will be able to see our entry, as jump points are very, very easy to spot. As one put it, a flare gun in your face. That being said, we are expecting to be outside of each of the solar systems and reach the approximately second to fifth planets outside of their star. At that point, we expect to find habitable worlds, and those will be the ones that are most difficult to take. Timeline to reach the planets will be again roughly 6 to 12 hours. Dropping or from first contact, drop and then reinforcement and then taking the entire planet is expected to take approximately 2 weeks. This is without facing major resistance. However, we do expect resistance to increase. Once we take a planet, we need to pull everything together and find out what infrastructure needs to be rebuilt and who the planet belongs to. We have found with our dealings with our new lizard allies that shockingly, or I should say, not shocking anyone, that almost every single one of their planets is stolen. Unfortunately, we have found out that a few of the planets have totally annihilated the sapient species on them. Either that or shipped them to worlds outside our invasion corridor. This is unfortunate, but we are not in the process of taking out the entirety of their hegemony. We are here to break through and head straight for their home planet to force a surrender, if that is all possible. However, a bonus as far as recovery of the planet is our new lizard companions. We have not yet found a exosuit capable for them to jump with our men. However, their technical expertise is amazing. We have found that their spatial recognition is outstanding, and that even though they do have talents for hands, they are very good at repurposing and rebuilding. However, we have found out that they are very, very limited in their ability to fight. This is strictly due to the reasons that they are physically incapable of using our weapon systems. As seen in the video prior to this briefing, firing even one of our weapons, even in full armor, has sent one of our lizard compatriots into the ICU, and they almost lost him. It is to be noted he was laughing the entire time. However, it is not to be understated the damage to his body. However, for us to maintain a high level of proficiency with them, we must feed them much more than we already have. It is easy to tell the health of a lizard by the girth of their tail. When we found them, they were on the edge of starvation, and they have not yet got to 100%. It is also of note that there are very few males, and the females are a non-aggressive type. It is to be very well noted that even though they do have fangs, they do have claws, and they do have a tail once built up strong enough to launch a standard human across a room, they are not a violent group. The males are barely violent enough to keep up with our standard infantry. It is also to be noted that a few outliers have actually insisted that they simply been given breathing masks and some of our blades as they are able to maintain them and also use them quite proficiently. They do move very quickly and actually do have heat sensors that are, to put it simply, everyone, are much better than anything we have in the synthetic level. So it's my recommendation to get as many of them into our squads as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my briefing of the timelines and additional upkeeps that we should be doing. I do look forward to Colonel Vanskoy and his introduction to new armor and weapon systems, as well as General Pope as far as the updates to our fleet are concerned. I'm looking forward to that very much. This concludes my report. Welcome back to Chapter 20 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: PZ female living on Earth, known as Cindy by her human compatriots. I'm worried about the war. My mate is up there right now. He came back for a while, but he kept telling me, oh, it's all propaganda, what we hear about, learning of different invasions, how the enemies are going after convoys and things like that. We worry. We worry a lot. We know that they took a planet. We know because they brought friends back with them. Actually, they brought back my sister, which amazes me. I never thought I'd see her again. That was just amazing. However, they brought back another species that I had never seen before. The humans just call them lizards. We call them by their right name, but I laugh every time as the humans just can't make the right sounds. It sounds like a child when they actually say it. Sounds very similar to what they just say, blah, blah, blah. I remember that from one of their old videos. However, it still doesn't help that they are being held into servitude by the same creatures we ran from. Well, we ran so desperately from. Apparently, they were treated just as bad, if not worse. I heard that one of these lizards are more susceptible to being assaulted in a most intimate manner by our former enslavers. Oh, the thought of that is enough to send the most deep shiver up and down my spine, straight to my tail. Ugh. I don't know how any of them even survived, but from what I'm hearing, most of them didn't. In spite of that, they survived, and they have come to different places across the planet, mainly in the swampy areas, as they say it reminds them a bit of their home planet. Thankfully for them, their planet is within the invasion corridor, but I wonder if I'll ever see mine again. I remember it so little. I was so small when they took me. But still, I wonder if I will ever get there again. My mate promises he'll do everything he can to get me there. He said even if he has to take the planet himself, he'll do it. I have no doubt he will, seeing that determination in his eyes, that same determination I saw when they freed us before. However, I still can't help but worry about him. He may be in those metal suits that scared us before. He may have that, as they put it, a big ass gun that he carries along with a bunch of blades and explosives and everything like that. But our enemy is relentless. They are completely devoid of any feeling except that of domination and slaughter. I worry as well, but thankfully, with my sister here, we can stay together for protection and comfort to each other. I told her to watch out as her biology is going to make her wish she was around the humans a whole lot more. We laugh about that a lot, as she does fall prey to it on occasion. However, thankfully, my mate has told me how to protect myself from it. I still worry. They don't understand. Those that go off to fight will never understand the worry that we have, not knowing that the next day, the next minute, the next moment we'll be getting a message that says they will never come home. I'm so worried. I am so worried for him. I'm so worried for all of them out there. I wish we were more aggressive of a species. I wish we were bigger, stronger. I wish we could fight like they can, but we can't. As he put it, my mate puts it, it fucking sucks. But it is what it is. I look up to the stars some nights and I wait and I wonder. I worry every time I see a flash. Is that them leaving the solar system? Is that them simply turning the engines on so they can fly out to the next planet? Who is that? Where are they going? Ah, the stars. Maybe I'll return there one day. I don't know. I have a meeting tomorrow with one of my new lizard companions. They're going to learn how to handle themselves in this area. It's a little dry for them, but I'm sure they can figure it out. However, not without a little help. My sister and I are going to go help them later. Maybe Mother will help too, if we ever find her. I can pray that she comes home too. Oh, I can't believe I just called this planet home. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Chapter 21 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of View, Captain Sin, Terran Military. Well, it's taken us about a year, but we finally are getting ready to drop on the Lizard's homeworld. I didn't think it was this close, but hey, I'll take the bonuses where I can get them, right? Regardless, this is going to be a difficult one. Main reason is the almost the entire planet, about 90% of it, except for the poles, are swampland. It's going to be like fighting in the bayous down in Louisiana, Georgia, and Florida. This is not going to be easy to do. Now, the only bonus is that the enemy is so large that they are also limited. But this also means that our heavy weapons and such can't function. Our tanks will sink, our mortars will just go straight into the mud. This is going to be a slogfest if there ever was one. The only bonus is we got a few of our lizard cohorts that are going to be there, and they're going to be able to move very, very easy in this type of terrain. However, I'm not looking forward to it. As we were burning towards the planet, we could actually hear over the radio how the enemy must be getting desperate. They're taking shots from near planet orbit, which is not exactly a smart thing to do. You fire too much, you lose your anti-grav motors, and you're stuck in that gravity well. You ain't coming out. You're going down hard. However, we can see what they're doing. They're hoping we're not going to fire at their ships and a chance that we're going to miss and actually impact the planet. Using civilians, or in this case slaves, as meat shields. They clearly don't know who we are. It is unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, but you use someone as a meat shield, we're going through that meat shield, and we're going to take you out. And the more meat shields you use, the more pissed off we're going to be, and the more mean we're going to be once we get a hold of you. As such, we could hear over the comms how the enemy fleet had basically carpeted one side of the planet with their own ships, all sitting broadside, hoping to get close, hoping that we would have to get within range with our energy weapons. They were not expecting those new particle lasers coming from the destroyers. Now, granted, the particle lasers take up almost the entire keel of the ship. I don't know if they're ever going to be able to downsize these things, but their range is absolutely insane compared to other energy weapons. Now, this is not to say they have the same range as any of our projectiles, far from it. But the fact that they more than double the range of anything the enemy can throw at us, well, this ought to make things interesting. Unfortunately for us, as soon as that first volley went off, the enemy got smart really, really quick. They broke their lines and they drove at us as fast as possible. It was suddenly an alarm. We all know that alarm. And you know the music. It's time to dance. It left all us troopers running for our pods because we knew at any time we could be dropped out, even outside the atmosphere, and just hope the gravity well pulls us in. Oh, it's a bad feeling if the ship gets hit and you're just floating there. You only got a certain amount of time before your oxygen runs out. Not a good feeling. That being said, we were not expecting what we saw the enemy to do. As it turns out, the enemy realized that they have much better mobility than we do, and their ships are dancing through space, closing the distance, trying to get anywhere within range. Our main particle weapons, granted they could fire, the problem is they are very, very hot. They can only fire up 3 to 4 times depending on the ship and depending on the situation before they have to find some way to cool down or they just have to stop firing. You'll blow the reactor if you don't do that. Which means they had to pull back, and the enemy saw this and must have figured it out because all we heard was prepare for drop, prepare for drop. I'm thinking, aren't we still an hour out? What the hell is going on out there? And of course, our Corvette starts shaking like crazy, even though we're inside a huge battleship. I'm thinking, oh crap, please tell me they're not going to drop us while we're this far out. That would be bad. That would be bad. At that point, I had to actually go across the comms and tell everybody to shut theirs down and set them to receive only. I did not want to hear them cursing. I really didn't, as I was trying to listen into my own. As the enemy continued to dance across the stars, they did begin to get within range. Now, they do not have much for turret-mounted weaponry, so they had to aim their ships. We were just hoping that our guys could keep them back long enough before they got inside our battle group. Once they did, those broadside cannons on the dorsal, ventral, starboard, and port sides can just open up on us, and we have no idea to this day how many times they can fire without overheating, if they overheat at all. The semi-organic material that they use just bleeds heat. We never understood how to make that. Either that or the eggheads haven't figured out how to fasten it to our ships. Regardless, all we heard over the comms from our command was stand by for excessive G. I'm like, oh crap, I don't know which direction I'm facing. In other words, they're going to bull rush towards the planet just to get us on there. We felt our Corvette detach and separate itself from the main battleship. And then off we go, again at flank speed. These pilots, I swear they do this. It's not just to piss us off, but they like to shake us up a little bit. All I could say is, guys, I like my internal organs in the pieces they are currently in. Thank you. That being said, they tried what they could to flank around the enemy, but you get within range, and the enemy was still trying to open up. Our battleships, destroyers, and even frigates were firing just constantly as the enemy got within range. Once they're within range of our torpedoes, missiles, and coil guns, it was almost a slaughter. That being said, almost a slaughter. The enemy was still able to bring that many ships. There must have been at least 400 of the damn things. All of them about half the size of one of our destroyers inside our formation and cause all sorts of holy hell havoc. What they were not expecting, though, was what we call a point defense system. And the point defense system, even though it's just bullets, was starting to just perforate their ships. At that range, they're not missing, and they're just blowing all sorts of hole through any weak spot. That gave us the opening we needed. Our pilots immediately made for the planet. Watching on the radar, we could see that we were about 30 minutes out, and that's a long 30 minutes when all you can do is sit there and hope the ship doesn't take any hard hits. Watching the radar, I could see that one of the corvettes was actually disabled and had to eject their pods. I have no idea where they're going to land. All I could do, because he can't move in there, I couldn't bless him off. Say, I hope you guys make it down. Because all they are is just floating through space pointed towards a gravity well. Oh boy. I can only imagine what's going through their minds right now. Because like the man says, there's a million ways to die in space, and they all suck. The Corvette I was on lucked out and made it to the outer atmosphere of the planet. At that point, all we heard was prepare for drop, 30 seconds. I flipped on the comms and told everyone 30 seconds out, prepare for drop. I didn't even get the words out. Suddenly, they just dropped us. And we just fell out of the bottom. A standard drop, of course. But down we went. Trying to get a topography on where we were going, we were extremely off course. The drop, from what I could see, was even more messed up than Normandy on D-Day. But you know what? This is what we trained for. Hitting the ground with one hell of a big splat, the doors flew off and immediately the bottom of our pod filled up with water. Slogging down in through the mud, I realized that we're all going to be sinking at least ankle up to knee deep through this. Grabbing our weapon system, I realized we were really deep into it now. Setting out a rally signal, I gave them all an area to go for, and I'll see him when he get there. At least I hope so. Looking up, I could see other pods coming in, and they're scattered all over the place. Hoping they're not mine and all my men made it down. But I doubt it. The typical shaking and shooting that usually happens, along with all the fighters that filled the sky. The enemy apparently had some sort of terrestrial fighter, but it was clearly outmatched. This thing was extremely organic. And I don't know. I'm like, at least use props, not flapping wings, you morons. Even our space superiority fighters could come down and take these things out. Which was good because I did not want to catch any flak from the air. It was bad enough the enemy had figured out that if they massed a whole bunch of artillery and found out where we were, they could make us suffer. However, at this point, since we were so scattered, all the artillery shots went wild. It was almost like a recon by fire, if you know what that is. Slogging through the mud, we didn't find too much of the enemy. Reason being, again, they are so heavy, they don't like the mud either. So we had to work our way forward. The only positive side was that our lizard brethren were able to fly almost literally through the mud. They ran through like it was nothing, like it wasn't even toe deep. They're bouncing off all these trees so they could see what was going on. All I could think was, dude, how did you lose? Then I realized the enemy is really, really big and really tough. Those claws that our lizard friends have do not have the ability to get through the carapace. Regardless of all that, thankfully almost all my platoon made it to the rally point at the same time I did. And guess what? It wasn't just my platoon. I say my platoon because that's the one I came from. I'm now the company commander, and we had all but 2 of my personnel there as we started moving forward. They called in, said they were already ahead of us, so hey, let's get moving. Unfortunately, where we were moving to was a built-up city. This is where things get very, very, very interesting, or as one would say, very sporting. The enemy was waiting, this time again with projectile weapons, but these projectile weapons were very large, even though every time they fired they had to be reloaded. It was like being hit with a baseball going about, I don't know, somewhere the fraction of the speed of sound. It was enough to knock us down, not quite enough to keep us down inside our armor, but definitely more than enough to stop any of the lizards because their armor was much, much thinner than ours. They just couldn't operate in our heavy armor. As we moved forward, you could hear the mounting clangs of these balls hitting us. Unfortunately, what happened was they had found a few of those small plasma bolts or energy weapons. Those definitely slowed us down. No matter how many times we tried to call in for an orbital bombardment, it was denied. They had to make sure that all the civilians were out. So we did what we can to just get in and try to get all the slaves freed. As we did, we saw something that again horrified us. The enemy that we were facing would take its two manipulating arms, hold two live slaves in front of them, and charge at us. This would make the lizards pause. They wouldn't fire, they wouldn't stab, they wouldn't slash, they wouldn't do anything. However, we're human. As I raised my rifle, and everyone else did, I just said to myself, and I whispered to them that were being held, I'm sorry. And I said, fire. At that, a whole bunch of rounds cut the slaves apart and ripped that enemy to pieces. All I could hear from my men is, these goddamn sniffs. Fuck you, you goddamn sniffs. I'll kill you all, you son of a bitch. They didn't just hold up slaves, they held up children. Children. These things were barely the size of an infant. Uh, Babies with tails. I mean, what the hell? In some cases, they even threw them at us, thinking we would shoot them. No, we just take the hit. That being said, unfortunately, once we got on dry land, even though we could move, it got very close quarters very quick. And this is where the sniffs have a bit of an advantage. They are, for their size, very fast. Their full run is about that of a galloping horse, if not a little bit faster. Those blades are a good 4.5 to 6 feet long, just about razor sharp. They get a good swing on you, it's going through your armor. However, if they don't get a full swing, it's only going to go partway through. The end of it comes down to a bit of a hook, almost like a cutting scythe for vegetables or wheat or something like that. Unfortunately, this hook would many times get stuck in our armor and they would try to drag us off. Bad idea, especially when somebody can still reach their weapon or have it in their hand. Point blank range with a 50 caliber or better? Yeah, that sniff is pretty much done. Unfortunately, we only got about a half a kilometer in, and we had another 20 or so kilometers to go, and we just could not make headway. The sniffs were coming in, they were lobbing huge boulders at us, using those energy weapons, those projectile weapons. We didn't have the heavy weapons to continue pushing forward, and our losses were beginning to mount heavy at that point. I called up for any reinforcements, and to my surprise, they sent down a shuttle. Looking, I didn't recognize the shuttle for a moment, but I knew I seen it somewhere. And then it hit me like a bowling ball to the nuts. I saw this in an old science fiction. Is this where everybody gets their ideas? The shuttle came down, and when I say shuttle, it was pretty damn big. Pretty wide, too. To the life of me, I don't know how the thruster slash booster engines kept it aloft. Maybe it had an anti-grav motor in it, I'm not sure. But when it landed and the doors opened, I saw things step out that just blew my damn mind. They had made the combat, what do they call them? Mechs? Yeah, these bipedal walking things, just some of them kind of walked like chickens. Two of them did. Two of them walked like people. All four of them different shapes, but apparently this was a standard that they only had four different ones. One loaded up with a whole bunch of missiles, another one with a bunch of guns on it, and one, I swear this thing was just armor. It had almost no guns on it at all. These things loomed over us and then just started laying all sorts of waste to the enemy lines. With this, I got their call sign and immediately told them to cover our advance. They were happy to help. I would find out later that for these to work, not any random soldier could just jump in. With our current technology level, you actually had to have your CNI, your cranial neural interface, removed and a much more advanced one installed. Unfortunately, once this one was installed, it was permanent. It was never coming out, and it would never fully heal over. Well, kind of feel bad for those guys, but it is what it is. Thankfully, to them helping out, we were able to bust into the buildings and try to get as many of the slaves out as possible. They were scared of us, and I can't say I blame them. If you never saw a human before, one in full body armor was not a sight that was welcoming, especially when we're carrying one of those honking projectile weapons in our hands. Thankfully, our lizard counterparts were able to go in and settle their nerves a little bit. That same shuttle stood by while we got as many of the refugees in as possible. They weren't actually going orbital, they were simply going to another area where they had sent up triage and other medical to take care of the slaves and let them know what's going on. That would have been what happened, but the sniffs got smart. They started calling in artillery on that shuttle, and they beat the holy piss out of it to the point where they actually had to abandon it. They shut the engines down, and the hull, at least 20 to 40% of it, was torn to pieces as it just sat there like a big old square metal pancake. I'm like, well, there's our ride home. I guess we're here for the duration. Unfortunately for the sniffs, they didn't realize that once you forced a human to fight, you backed him into a corner. Just like any other animal, we got one choice, and it ain't flight. I can tell you that much. The fight all the way to the center of their city was nothing more than a complete and total slog. Every corner, there was another sniff getting ready to swing at us. Every time we got into their version of a hallway, they'd be trotting down, running straight at us. Every time we got in an open area, more of their new projectile weapons and their energy weapons would start raining down on us. It was a straight up urban fight, and I can tell you those are not in any way, shape, or form fun. And the casualties were getting even more and more and more. It was starting to look like might actually be pushed out of the city. I kept screaming for reinforcements, but they kept saying it's too hot, it's too hot, it's too hot. I could see that. That shuttle was now in actually several very large pieces. The enemy had not stopped bombarding the crap out of it. I guess they want to make sure it was totally done. The only thing that helped us keep moving was the introduction, as you were, as of these giant machines. The enemy had no way of stopping them. Don't get me wrong, their energy weapons were scorching the crap out of the armor, and some of it was even flaking off. I'm guessing it was ablative armor of some sort. But they just couldn't find a way to break through, except for one. As soon as the enemy turned their artillery away from that ship onto these machines, that's when they had to scatter. They had to keep moving. They couldn't sit there and rain holy hell like you would think. Artillery started ripping them apart, and I watched two of them go down. The lighter two that were there just got tore up. You would think this would cause morale to drop. They didn't realize, again, we're human. We don't lose morale. We just get angrier, and you wouldn't like us when we're angry. It was about that time we started running actually completely out of ammunition. A bunch of us, including myself, started pulling blades. I looked at my platoon sergeants and platoon leaders, and I just gave them the word, charge! And off we went, straight into the belly of the beast. And we jumped at these sniffs. They swung at us. They tried to hit us with their extra appendages. We would drive our blades into their necks, trying to rip their heads off, grabbing their arms, twisting, snapping them off like a crab claw. They would yell, scream, and kick. Their huge legs would launch out, hit one of our guys. That's enough force to send one of our mechanical forms flying a good 30 feet, which didn't feel good if you survived it. It was all hand-to-hand combat from there on out, and we were taking them down piecemeal. trying our very best not to take out the slaves while doing it. And then we saw what we truly did not want to see. When we got to the center, we saw another one of their hatcheries with all their eggs, and we found out what happened to the rest of the slaves. The rest of the slaves were actually thrown in with the young sniffs, and the young sniffs began to eat them alive. Looking down as two of us had kicked in one of the sniffs that we killed, its body rolling down into the pit where the young ones were. We looked down, and the screams of pain that were coming from the lizards that were thrown in there. Old, young, men, women. We even saw a female lizard holding on to what seemed to be an infant, as both her legs and her tail had been eaten off, yet she was still trying to protect it. She must have lost at least two digits on one appendage. We looked down for only a moment, and before I could say anything, I saw my men jump down in a fury of sheer and utter hatred as they crushed each one of these sniffs as I screamed, "No, no, not the young. You don't kill the young." But I couldn't stop them. They went in, and whatever sniff was in the way for them to grab a live lizard did not make it. The few sniffs that noticed this actually backed up, but those that were right in the way decided to attack. Some only about the size of a medium dog, as they raised their mandibles, raised their bladed arms, and swung at the legs of our armored men. The blades not strong enough and or sharp enough yet to actually break through the metal, as they were kicked off to the side, crushed underfoot. And even one, as it was eating the chest out of one of the lizards, who was still screaming in pain as its arms had already been eaten off. One of my men picked up that sniff, looked it in the eye, and as it swung at his face, he crushed it in his metal gauntlet. I would have to remind them we don't do this sort of thing, but I understand why they lost it. The lizards that were under my command were even worse. They didn't just save their fallen, they went with an unholy vengeance to try and kill every last sniff that was there. Every single one. Whether it surrendered or not, it didn't matter. I had to order my men to actually stop them, and even grabbed one of the lizards himself. He didn't care. He actually deliberately snapped off his own tail as it's in my hand, still convulsing around, as he went in and shoved both of his blades right into another adolescent, one of the sniffs. As he screamed in sheer vengeance. The whole ordeal lasted only a few minutes, and I called for any type of medevac I could get. Thankfully, the skies were clear enough. They could send the medevacs down, and we were able to get most of them out. I say most because some were just too far gone. The one whose chest had been eaten out, what we didn't see is that sniff had already gotten to its heart and ripped one of its ventricles out. We tried to comfort him as he died, but there wasn't much comfort when you're in that much pain. The mother didn't make it either. Unfortunately, neither did her child. The child had already died in her arms long before we even got there. When the medevac crew got to us, my men immediately ran to get resupply. My platoon sergeants were very well versed in making sure that everybody got reset and ready for the next one. Thankfully, I found out that the city had already been taken, and we were on stand down until the next objective was decided. The Sniff Armada had run, surprisingly. They were down to about 20% when they decided to break contact, and only about half of them were able to jump out of the system. Their jump engines aren't quite the same as ours, so that gives us some time. We imprisoned the sniffs that we found, those that surrendered. Some decided to feint surrender, which didn't go well for them, of course. But to our absolute shock, one feigned surrender, and as a few of the men went in to get him, the son of a bitch blew the building, and the entire thing collapsed on their heads. No one made it. I guess they understand asset denial. Looking over the battlefield, I could see that 3 of the 4 of those giant machines had actually gone down. It wasn't just the 2 I saw. Only one remained, and it was the one with the most armor, and the scariest looking son of a bitch I've ever seen, as far as machines go. My platoon was over 30% in casualties. 40% if you want to count those who just said, oh, it's a scratch. Unfortunately, I had to take more dog tags and prepare to write more letters that day. I still hate that job, but it has to be done. The lizards were liberated within 2 weeks of that time. They were so grateful to have their planet back and demanded some sort of recompense for what was done to them. We tried to stop them from slaughtering all the snips that had surrendered, as that is not our way. We don't just kill those who surrendered. Not anymore. So we took them off planet. The lizards will have a long time to recover, and so will we. Our fleet actually did take a beating on that, as those that did not retreat on the Sniff Armada did actually make it within our lines and disabled several of our ships, destroying only one. However, it was easily found out that if for some reason they decided to charge in with a full force of 10 times that size, it would be one hell of a knife fight in space. Simply meaning that every single weapon can be used at once, and the resulting drift of disabled vessels running into everybody would be just as dangerous as the weapons themselves. It's a good thing we just got the word that we are staying here for at least a month, maybe 2, as we help the lizards retake and refit their planet. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be done, and my men need a break. Maybe helping build this planet instead of breaking it apart will help. But right now, I miss home. I miss my wife. However, I got a job to do. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 22, Point of View. Species lizard, female, recently liberated under sniff occupation. It's so wonderful actually having our home back for the first time in I don't know how long. I was just a child when we were taken from here. However, it's nice to be back in the swamp. Oh, it's so wonderful to actually be on good wet land again. And it's also wonderful that we have these humans, I think they call themselves. It's a lot easier to pronounce their words since they only have one tongue. So regardless, how we look at it is that they have freed us from what those vile bastards were doing to us. Those monsters who took our planet were actually beaten by bigger and scarier monsters. However, when you finally see one for the first time, It may scare the hell out of you. However, it doesn't scare you that much when you finally have to live with one. What was actually surprising is that the humans asked if they could share some of our living quarters. I, of course, agreed. Me and my sister and my brother all live here. We still have more room. Unfortunately, we don't have our parents anymore. They were taken. And unfortunately, my sister is still reeling from the loss of her children. However, the humans are helping us rebuild our planet after they liberated it. As they said, they caused a lot of damage on the way down and taking care of our former oppressors. I don't mind. However, when one of them walked in and said, "I will be living here," I was a little taken back by that revelation. That big metal form was just scary. My brother almost peed his pants, which was kind of funny since we don't really wear any. However, it was very, very interesting when the human, when he was given his room, started to pull off his exoskeleton. We thought this would be painful until he explained to us as he did it that he was simply removing his battle armor. We didn't understand this since we didn't wear armor in battle. We saw a few of our kind had a type of covering. It was more soft than anything else. Looked like it was made to stop a few of our enemies' blades from slicing them up, but not much else. The humans wear a much heavier metal armor to protect themselves, which has a lot more into it, a lot more technology, far superior than what we had. We were barely able to produce what they call an internal combustion engine by the time our enemy took us over. Electricity was actually fairly new, as it turns out the reason we were having trouble was the fact that our planet was mostly covered in water and would, well, short out what we had. Not that we minded though, as long as we got what we needed. Once we learned insulation for our electricity, things began to expand. And human technology is being brought in by the quite literal shipload. It is nice to actually have some hope for a change. Another thing that changed is after about a month, my new human roommate had introduced me to a few of his subordinates. As it turns out, these subordinates are people he commands as he is a military officer. One of them seemed to take a liking to me, and I took a liking to him over time. Though we are getting used to the idea, it was interesting to kind of do things that were finally against the rules for a change. As my new boyfriend says, going against the rules is a universal thing that young ladies like to do. I don't know what a lady was until he explained it. This made me blush a little bit, uh, and we blush by becoming, as you humans would say, pale. Although it was kind of interesting when my roommate walked in and well, me and my boyfriend were in the middle of an activity. I still remember the quote that he said: "Jesus, dude, no wonder everybody thinks humans will fuck anything." And then he just walked away. Didn't say anything else, didn't order my boyfriend away, just went to his room. It was the end of the day after all, and he had probably already had his evening meal since he didn't ask for any. Now I look around with hope. My brother has found a mate. My sister has been looking into a mate as potentially having another family. For once in a long time, our world has hope thanks to these humans, and I look forward to having more of them around. However, they're telling me that soon they must leave. Once the buildings, bridges, and things like that are up and running, and we can survive on our own, they're simply going to leave us with weapons to defend ourselves and some sort of device to call them if we need them. But they said this planet is ours. We can choose what to do. The concept is almost alien to us since we had been oppressed for so long. But I definitely don't mind. Maybe, maybe I can talk my man into staying with me. I do get some weird looks, but a girl can hope after all. Welcome back to the next chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Chapter 23. Point of View. Captain Sin, Terran Military. Well, as the shuttle took off, I had to put my hand on my subordinate's shoulder as he stared down back at the planet. We were flying off the lizard's home planet, but he had made, shall we say, started to make a home here. This is the one I found, involved with one of the locals. Seriously, I swear at these guys, but who am I to judge on this one? As it stands now, we're only 2 jumps away from the enemy home planet. However, our losses taken in the last engagement were much higher than anyone actually wants to admit. So we need time to rest, recuperate, reload, and rearm. And thankfully, that meant prepping some new gear. Unfortunately, that also meant I had to train up some of the guys who were greener in grass. Not looking forward to this. I haven't had to deal with this since my days as a drill sergeant back in the day, but hey, it is what it is. Thankfully, the new gear included some very large backup. Thankfully, somebody took a page right out of science fiction, some of the old games I remember from when I was a kid, and they actually designed walking weapons platforms that can actually traverse the terrain better than anything tracked can handle. Don't worry, we still had our tanks, and our tank crews were very good. But let's just say seeing this thing fire 1 or 2 of its guns was enough to make even the snips go running. So, hey, I'll take the psychological benefit whenever I can get it as well. But right now, I'm just looking over the schematics for the new gear. Our suits aren't going to change much, maybe a couple small upgrades. But getting these new ones, these new green soldiers, ready to go, it's going to take some time. Thankfully for us, time is what we got. The enemy is on the back foot. They haven't tried to push into us in a while. I guess they realize they can't handle a ship to ship. My worry is that they're going to end up with an even bigger fleet than last time. But thankfully, the next jump is into empty space. There's no planets there. But this next jump after that, oh boy. Oh boy. This is going to get nasty. Welcome, everybody, to Chapter 24 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of View. Alien Council, former friends of the Human Coalition, also known as the Terran Union and the Human Confederation. A young, four-armed alien rushes through his door, clearly out of breath, as several of the council members look up and, with worry, ask, "Is there an alien attack?" The young one looks up and says, No, sir. I was running a little late." With that, they simply went back to their meeting. The High Counselor asked, "Was there any movement, any additional movement of the enemies?" Around the table, everyone just shakes their head no. Not today, not yesterday, not in the past several cycles. One actually came up and said, "It does not make sense. They should have made some sort of movements towards our territories by now. But as of now, ever since they tangled with the humans, we haven't seen or heard anything." Another older female came in and said, "Yes, it is most likely that the humans were able to damage their ships and slow them down to a degree that they need to reconsolidate before further expansion." One of the younger males said, well, maybe the humans killed them all, which of course got jokes and laughs from around the table. No one believed for a moment that humans would be strong enough, cunning enough, or straight up mean enough to take down the Sniffs. But it was a possibility as the young one looked with concern. Another young female said, "You should not underestimate the humans. They were and are some of the best fighters we've ever seen." This comment, of course, made most of the council jump in rage, as it totally spat in the face of their own military forces. It wasn't until the oldest one in charge raised his hands and everyone calmed down. As quietly as he could, he said, "Young one, you should not disgrace our people like that, ever." As she looked up, she said, "But I've known them. I know how they fight. I've seen them train." With that, he slammed two of his fists on the table, demanding that everyone pay attention. "Our fighters will take the battle to the enemy, and we are the only ones able to take them down. I know this because look at the humans. They sit only at two-thirds our height, are missing limbs, missing eyes. If it wasn't for their ingenuity to help us out with some of our vessels, our vehicles, and our weapon systems, we wouldn't even bring them up. Have you not heard the beacon every time we try to send a message? It simply comes back that we are unwelcome in their space. Why? Because they believe we betrayed them." She looked and said, "But we sort of did." From across the table, an older, grizzled military member screamed at her, "We did not. They simply think we did." And then one of the younger males, seated right next to the young female, stated, "But that was a safety precaution so that they wouldn't be able to target our ships. In fact, it caused a complete system shut." With that, again, there were fists on the table, but this time from all around to show pure hatred to their words. It was once again the eldest one holding up his four hands to calm everyone down. "This meeting is not being productive. I need to know, are we ready to take our fight to our enemy? Or are we still going to require a defensive posture?" From that around the room, he started asking about the fleet. Their fleet combined dreadnoughts, battleships, no, they're not the same thing, frigates, destroyers, and freighters, along with associated dropship and support personnel, were well over 280% of what the starting fleet was. Not only that, but the new ships coming off the line, even though the hull design was very, very similar, if not the same, the internals were very different. With human ingenuity, they had learned a way to expand their energy weapons, the range, to almost double what it was. That being said, it was well short of the range of a projectile weapon, because projectile weapons, of course, have no range. However, they are limited to how fast the enemy can move out of the way. With all this information, they figured that they would be able to outgun their enemies, the Sniffs, without any problems. Of course, they would still have to get in broadside configuration, as they put it, civilized species in the galaxy do. With fixed weapons emplacements down the side, of course, they could fire 8, 12, sometimes over 20 of these energy weapons at the same time, without overheating their systems. Something that the humans just cannot do, which, of course, when this was brought up, brought a few more chuckles across the table. Along with that, humans had redesigned their dropships. They are now much better armed, much better armored, and are a lot faster. So the chances of them being shot down on the way to the surface are minimized, far compared to what it was before. Along with that, these six appendaged aliens decided that they would begin using the human style of body armor, at least the old style, where it covered mainly just the squishy parts on the inside that you need, the vital organs, along with, of course, a couple small energy shields and ballistic shields along the arms and legs to help them to deflect from the sniff's blades as they come down. Now, this wouldn't stop a bone from breaking, but it'll keep the arm from coming off. Along with that, they had started to use a style of energy weapon. What they did not know was very, very similar to what the Sniffs had started to use. The only difference is these six appendaged aliens decided that only one shot before reloading was bullshit. And they were right, of course. As it turns out, they have four shots before they have to reload. Not the greatest, but it's still enough to cut into a sniff and cause a very deep and very painful hole to open up. Of course, they still are energy weapons. The attempted push for projectile weapons, since that's what the humans use, was rejected on ammo capacity. And the fact that the size of these aliens may be large, they do not have the ability to lift up that much in comparison to the humans. In actuality, anything beyond a 40-pound pack was more than their legs could handle for any amount of time. They would find out that this would make them very, very reliant on resupply, which, thanks to the ungodly amount of dropships, they weren't as worried about anymore. Not to mention their new fighters outfitted to drop pods that are just loaded with ammo and medical supplies would definitely help out. This was a human idea, but not brought into fruition. At least they didn't think so. This gave them a readiness posture that would put anyone to shame. However, there was still the plan of taking the worlds. Which ones did they want to take? They knew that the Sniffs would be defending these worlds, and they would have to use a style of warfare that they found dishonorable and distasteful. However, it was the lightning warfare that humans had showed them, an old-fashioned blitzkrieg. One of the few words that these aliens, with their forked tongue, can't pronounce, which to humans was a still running gag. Once it was decided on which planet to take, the eldest simply held up his highest hand and said, "I hereby command the fleet. Commence this operation immediately." And with that, they all stood up, saluted him, and left. However, before they left, he motioned for the young female to stay, and she went to his side. As he did look down at her, she looked up, and he simply put both of his upper arms on her upper shoulders, their version of a hug. "Granddaughter, you have given this position because you know the most about what the humans are capable of, and also you have worked alongside their military. Your insight is most needed. However, do not for a moment think that our own people cannot fight as well, if not better, than theirs. Granted, they can lift more than ours, and they can run much further. However, we can produce far more than they can. Never ever underestimate that." Looking up at him, she says, "Yes, grandfather, I know, but it's just that I know that enough. Just because you had a relationship with one of them is enough that you should be kicked off this council, and you know that. Do not let your personal feelings get in the way, ever." She looked away, just in a little bit of shame. He continued by saying, "You know I love you. And I know you're smart. I know you're capable, but understand that everyone still talks. Everyone still believes that you would rather go back and be their slave like so many of ours were taken by the enemy. With that, she shied away. It's not like that. It never was. He simply grabbed her shoulders and said, Listen, the humans are no longer with us. You need to let that go. If you don't understand that, then there's nothing I can do to help you. She looked at him and began to sob, their version of it anyway, and he pulled her in for an actual human hug this time. And he said, Granddaughter, simply let it out. That time of your life is past. Do not let it control you. You can't go back. You must move on. The humans are no more. Our enemy has taken care of them. They're gone. Understand that. And she began to break down as if she finally accepted the fact that someone had lost their life, something she'd been holding in for so long. And after a minute, she dried her eyes, looked up, steeled herself, as women do, and said, I understand, grandfather. I will bring honor, respect back to our name. And with that, he smiled and said, Then off with you. We have invasions to plan. As she skittered out the room, he was still concerned as he looked at the star chart. Zooming in to his own people, he could see ships were already beginning to mobilize. He smiled. Now's the time. We take it back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 25. Point of View. Captain Sin, Terran Military, 114th Drop Soldiers. Oh, this jump is gonna seriously suck. As we're getting in the pods, everything's shaking. And I mean everything. We got railguns firing, missiles, torpedoes, point defense cannons are going crazy, and immediately I'm having to yell, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, go, faster, 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 load up, load up, load up, because that Corvette's going to be leaving with or without us, and I'd prefer to be actually in my pod when this thing disconnects. It is not a fun time, trust me, if you are not in your pod and that Corvette disconnects from the main ship. If anything, you're probably going to break a few bones. If nothing else, you're going to be damaging your armor. We got into our pods just about in time. We had maybe 15 seconds before the Corvette disconnected. Pretty much as soon as we gave ready up, we could hear clamps disengaging, and off we went. As soon as we rotated, they immediately went full flank speed towards the planet. It really sucks that we can't see, but seeing the digital readout on my HUD was just insane. They must have covered half the planet with their ships, and our Corvettes were playing dodge the particle beam as they're flying through. I'll give this for our pilots. They may be crazy sons of bitches, but they really know what they're doing. Unfortunately, we did feel our ship get hit about halfway down. Oh boy, oh boy. You know it's bad when even through your pod you can hear the alarm sounding inside the ship. At that point, we could feel the ship begin to enter the atmosphere, and we found out really quick what we got hit by. They started saying abandoned ship, abandoned ship. They started using railguns. Oh crap. If these guys got smart and started using projectiles, this is going to get a whole lot meaner than we thought. As the doors opened and we were dropped out of the ship, we could actually see on the HUD our escape pods from the same Corvette ejecting out the sides. They were in no hurry to get back in their ship. And of course, as soon as I saw the icon for our Corvette disappear off my HUD, I knew exactly what happened. We just made it out in time. On the way down, we just kept getting shaking. All the way down. It just was back and forth. We had projectiles go. We could hear lasers trying to burn through the pod's armor. We could hear the flyby of missiles and fighter aircraft, and of course the occasional pop, pop, pop of our own weapons being bounced off the side. Not so fun when it's a blue on blue contact, but down we went. Down we flew. And it's a long way down. It's a rather large planet. It's a little bit bigger than ours. Thankfully, the gravity isn't quite as heavy, but still, it's a long way down in that pod when you can't see anything and seconds feel like hours. Flying down, all you can feel is the basic weightlessness as the pod is going down at the same speed as you are. It's like skydiving. If you can't see anything, basically hear anything except for things that are trying to kill you as you plummet towards the earth at flank speed. Thankfully, we could hear the brakes pop out to slow us down and guide us in. The extra rockets to make sure we were on course began to fire, and the shifting was enough to basically liquefy my kidneys against the side. At least it felt like it. As I sat there clenched, trying to make sure my liver didn't fall out my asshole, we could feel the second set of brakes come in. And we knew it wasn't going to be long before they broke away and the chutes actually opened. The chutes were the only thing that kept you from actually going splat. If you went splat, you hoped that you rolled because terminal velocity, I don't care who you are. I don't care what type of dampeners you have. You just go splat and you turn into a stain on the ground. Thankfully, we could feel the chutes kick in, but then we heard something we did not expect. Impacts on the side of the pod that were definitely not human. You can always tell when it's a human impact because it's always a deflect. It's never directly at you. Instead, these were large forced hits on the side. I flipped on the comms instead, prepare for impact, just in time to hear one of my guys scream out in pain as something had come through the pod and pierced right through his abdomen. When we hit the ground, the doors immediately flung open. The door directly in front of me busted up one of the four-legged freaks as it hit him right in the face. I immediately grabbed my weapon and pulled forward just as he was coming up. I say he because honestly I can't tell the difference between male and female, especially in the heat of conflict. As I moved forward, I put my 15 millimeter slug right through his head. Yes, we had updated guns. And it was a good thing too. The sniffs, they got smart. They were starting to wear armor, actual plate armor, big metal pieces in front of their chest and in front of the rest of their torso. There was a little bit of a head covering, but it really wasn't much, honestly, that we could see. But what really made a difference is that at least one of their manipulating arms was carrying a shield. This was just a diagonally cut piece of metal. The metal, we didn't know what type, but we're like, since when did they start using metal? The kicker is we knew, even just at quick glance, why they used it this way. The shape, when moved towards you, was that of basically an arrowhead slanted back. That wasn't meant to stop bullets. That was meant to deflect things away from them so they could actually get close. And they sure as hell tried. As soon as they saw one of our pods hit, we were just getting rushed from all sides. I had to burn through all my grenades within the first 3 minutes as I kept grabbing them and tossing them in any hole I saw a bunch of them coming in. The plate armor may be nice, but sheer concussive force is enough to really mess these guys up. Not to mention the new grenades were more like a bouncing Betty or a Claymore mine. When they blew, they didn't just blow up and out like a normal grenade. They blew ball bearings out like a damn shotgun. This definitely slowed the sniffs down because they really didn't have medics, at least none that we could see. So they would actually leave their wounded on the battlefield. Twisted sons of bitches. What really made things bad is that those projectiles that they were using were actually flying a rod at us. I think they shrunk down the version of our railguns. But what the hell? Unfortunately for us, something like that can pierce armor a whole lot better than just a bullet. You don't understand physics if you don't understand that. When I went to the other side of the pod, I found out one of my guys, what he was screaming about is one of these rods had actually gone through the door and through him and latched him to the side. Unfortunately, he was gone because when the door blew off, it ripped that rod clean back out, and the fucking thing is serrated. Boy, these guys suck. It wasn't just him. Out of the 4 men that came down, myself included, from that pod, 2 were already down within the first 30 seconds. Me and Vasquez, we tried to hold, but Vasquez got taken out fairly quick. Thankfully, as I was thinking, I am so done, firing 2 weapons, 1 in each hand, just trying like hell to keep the enemy back, the rest of my platoon and company showed up. They made short work of the sniffs, especially when attacking from the side. The sniffs might have been smart enough to actually wear body armor and wear shields this time, but everything was facing the front. From what we could figure, that's because they still insisted on running straight at us and coming at us with those giant bladed arms. I don't know why, it really can't get through our new armor, so it is what it is, and I'm not even going to consider it. However, I did take a couple of injuries on that, but thankfully they weren't life-threatening, so we kept going. We continued to our rally point as best we could. Thankfully, my company was able to grab the casualties, the wounded at least, and keep going. We'll come back from the dead later. As we got to our rally point, we realized that the shuttles were coming down. The Navy must have blown a hole in the defenses if the shuttles are coming down, bringing our heavy equipment in. Boy, those giant bipedal walkers were something I really, really, really wanted to see right about now. As I was down 50% on my ammo, I'm out of grenades. All I got left is smoke and a couple of bangers. Ain't gonna do me much good in this situation. I should have loaded up with more. Regardless, as that shuttle came down, we received one hell of a shock. We didn't think the sniffs could come up with something to counteract our giant metal machines, but they did. They weren't very nice, they were very cumbersome, and they walked really slow, but it was still enough to put a hole clean through that dropship. Oh boy, I seen the dropship crew. They must have been freaking out because they immediately went down and basically belly landed their dropship, and those doors were already starting to open before they hit the ground. They wanted their equipment out. And thankfully, our big guys were a lot meaner than theirs. The kicker is, the enemy, I don't know how they figured it out, but those big walkers they had were pretty good shots. They didn't fire very fast, and they didn't hit as hard, but at least when they did hit, they actually hit something of value. Somehow they had figured out that the fusion drive that was on most of our dropships, that's where they aimed. If they hit that, the system locked up to make sure it didn't, well, blow up. At that point, we saw another dropship coming down that was able to actually land, and thankfully, this one had exactly what we wanted to see on it. Right on the doors, not on a piece of white, but just on the doors as they opened, was that metal cross. Immediately, I ordered everyone to grab the wounded and get them back as soon as possible. And I'll tell you what, even though we were holding the rally point and we had those big machines covering our asses, it was still absolutely beautiful to see the battlefield angel coming towards us. Here comes Doc, and here comes about 20 other Docs as they start grabbing our wounded and dragging them back. I let them know that we have fallen in one area. Maybe they can do something, maybe they can't. I don't know. I'm not a surgeon. All I know is these suits got a lot of extras to them. At that point, we realized that the enemy had saw this dropship land, and for some reason they were focusing on us. You don't go after our wounded. You don't go after Doc. You want to sign the most certain death warrant in the entire universe? You fire at Doc, and that's exactly what they did. I saw one of our Docs get clipped in the shoulder as she went flying across the room. And oh hell, I didn't even have to say anything. I just heard every single one of my guys screaming, "You bastard! You motherless fucker!" and a few other items which are, well, they don't translate well, but they were in a different language. And oh dear Lord, out of their whole positions, they jumped out and just started raining holy hell on the enemy. It got so bad that when they ran out of ammo, I saw them start using their weapons as clubs. Even with the new armor we have helping out our muscles, it wasn't enough to truly take them on one by one, or one on one. However, it didn't stop our guys from trying. At that point, I started calling for any reinforcement I could, and thankfully we got it. As soon as the medical dropship lifted off, there was another one coming in to take its place. Again, these pilots are nuts. The amount of ground to air fire was absolutely insane. That thing was covered in pock marks, and it was even opened up on one side right next to the cockpit that I was amazed they even survived it. Out came our resupply, and out came my reinforcements. Even though Alpha Bravo had already landed, here came Charlie Company, and what a sight for sore eyes they were. They came in, grabbed our wounded, threw them inside, and then immediately started throwing ammo towards us, and we continued to fight. That was about the point I saw two of my men dragging casualties back as the casualties were still shooting at the enemy. If they weren't shooting, they were screaming, swearing, spitting, and flipping them off. But you know what? That's infantry. We are defiance. We are rage. We are hate. And the hate came later. It was about 6 hours later that we were able to hold on to our rally point and clear the LZ so that more ships could come down. Thankfully, the rest of the brigade had made it planetside and were rallying around this one area. Still, we had the occasional sniff show up, but what we found out, even though this was the enemy's homeworld, they kept a lot of prisoners. But the prisoners were not for what you think. These prisoners were more of a status symbol. These prisoners were kept as house, not quite housemaids, but more for house companions. We found many of them almost torn asunder from the sniffs doing what they did for pleasure with these. Oh God, you had some whose abdomens were ripped apart, some who were arms and legs missing. It wasn't just Lizard Caesar. It was the PZ. It was other aliens too. There was some sort of crab-looking thing. We couldn't figure out what the hell it was. We didn't know if it was sentient or not until it cowered and started saying something our translators couldn't figure out. At that point, it was this was rescue. This was search and rescue. This wasn't just a battle. But then we saw something that truly, truly pissed us off. As it turned out, the young sniffs, after they hatch, only take a short time before they are hitting their version of puberty. They had decided to throw some of these captives to them, and they were quite literally assaulted to death. When we walked in, not only could we see some of them still being assaulted, even though the battle was raging, but they were even going after corpses. What the fuck? I gave the order, and I do not regret it at all. I looked at my men, and I said, kill them all. And they did. With righteous fury, they went down and just started tearing these young sniffs apart. I know we say we don't kill kids, but holy jumping Jesus, what the hell was I seeing? Some of them didn't even stop. They looked at us and smiled. Well, their version of it, thinking, hey, you want to join us? I remember pulling my pistol, my 50 caliber. I was never one for Desert Eagles, but I insisted on carrying this thing. I simply walked up to one of these things as it just kind of looked at me like, what? And I blew his fucking head off. That's nothing compared to what my men were doing. They tried to keep the captives alive. They kept screaming for medics. Unfortunately, the medics were busy. We tried to get as many as we could. I told them to grab whoever they could save and get them the hell back to the shuttle now. I knew I'd get in trouble for this later, taking my men off the line, but I didn't care. There's just things you don't do, no matter how bad the fight is. And this was one of them. After we returned the casualties, I still remember briefing with my platoon leaders the next part of the mission, and at least four of our men showed up. I said, "Sir, we have something for you." And he literally dropped a satchel full of grenades and ammo in front of me. "Sir, I think you're going to need some of this too." Surprisingly, he had realized I was almost out of ammo. But come on, if a commander is actually firing, something is seriously wrong. And something was wrong. We didn't realize that the sniffs had been rallying, and they're coming in, and they're coming in hot. They had not only themselves, their walking machines, but they also had figured out that artillery from before and had been bringing it up to snuff. It was no longer something to play with. This was dangerous. And pretty soon, the only thing I heard was, incoming! Right before the blast waves began to hit. We couldn't stay where we were. Static defenses are the graveyards of armies now. Now we have to move. Now we have to take the fight to them. And now it is back to a war of movement. As we began to move forward, I could still see some of the men grabbing young prisoners, young slaves that were being, I guess you could say, trained for their new position. In one case, I will never forget. It was one of my men, one of the hardest motherfuckers I have known in my life. He had a freshly born lizard in one arm. He had a young PZ, I couldn't tell male or female, but the damn thing couldn't have been more than 2 years old, in the other arm. And he is running through a hail of projectile fire. He's got at least one rod stuck in one of his kidneys, and he's still running back to the ship to protect these young ones. The true duality of humans I saw there. As right behind him, I saw one of my guys jump on one of these sniffs, shove his weapon right down the damn thing's throat, and actually fire straight down his gullet, and the round went all the way through the sniff into the ground as its guts exploded, as he screamed in sheer rage. I didn't have time to enjoy the sight. I simply got on the comms and gave one command. Forward! Hello and everybody, welcome to Chapter 26 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view. Fleet Admiral Pop, in charge of invading forces on Sniff Homeworld. Situation report from Admiral Pop of the Earth Invasion Fleet. For those listening, I hope you mind my unprofessionalism as we are still in the middle of a global fight and I just don't have time to stand on ceremony. As the situation stands, when we first jumped into the system, we were well outside of weapons range, but we still found that we were outnumbered 17-1. For most of our crews, this was not an issue because we believed that we not only outranged them, but were much more accurate. Now, this may be true to a point, which I will explain now. Once we got close to our weapons range, our sensors picked up that the enemy had started to redesign their ships with more bow mounted cannons, similar to our destroyers with their particle weapons. And the projectile weapons were still non existent from the enemy. That being said, they were still out of range of our projectile weapons, meaning that they would be able to dodge our projectile weapons before they reached them, as at that range it would take about 50 seconds for them to reach their target, more than enough time to move something the size of a destroyer out of the way. As we approached, we realized that the enemy was bringing more and more of their ships into the fight. They were jumping in on the other side of the planet, and at full burn, at least if you called that full burn, were heading straight towards their own battle lines. They were not coming to engage us. We had hoped originally that they would have been so desperate that they would have ran at us piecemeal in a disorganized group. However, these seemed to be their elite of the elite. They held position and they waited for us to get much, much closer. When we were about 30 seconds out, I charged up or commanded them to charge up the railguns and particle weapons. However, that is when the enemy fleet began to fire. We believed that we had currently had them outranged. However, this was not true. Their new ships were able to engage ours at this range. Without hesitation, I gave the command for all ships to open fire and for all corvettes to be ready to drop immediately. It was sure chaos within the ships, as our drop crews were not ready at the time, and as the ship constantly was shook from the recoil of fire of not only our missiles, our torpedoes, our railguns, coil guns, and point defense systems, it was knocking many of our drop soldiers off their feet. However, we could not wait. If the enemy got any closer, they'd be able to broadside the corvettes before they even detached. What makes this even worse is the fact that the enemy can cool their ships a whole lot faster and far more efficient than we can. Our particle laser destroyers have approximately 2 shots before they must stop to cool off, or else they risk blowing their reactor. The enemy can apparently fire anywhere from 4 to 6 shots before they have to cool down. This left us at a severe disadvantage when it came to energy weapons at nose to nose combat. Well, since we were muzzle to muzzle, we had hoped that our corvettes, our dropships, could get through. The corvettes were immediately detached as soon as they were ready and streamed towards the planet. While this was happening, we sent every single drone we had to cover their advance. This left us with severe losses in drones, many of which didn't even have a chance to fire their ordnance before they were shot down. Those that did were surprisingly able to cause severe damage to enemy ships before being hit. It is to be noted that once the drones drop their missiles, they have approximately 8 seconds to get one solid hit out of their energy weapon and then get out of the range of the enemy point defense weapons. If they do not, they will be shredded. The drones may be programmed for all this, however, the enemy gunners, whichever system they're using, have gotten much, much better. When reanalyzing these numbers, we found that the drone only has about 4 seconds. This is not a lot of time to get that much range. However, it was enough to get enough of the fire away from our corvettes so that they could drop our pods. Once the pods were dropped, the corvettes were told to flank around the side and burn as much fuel as they needed before they could get back. We needed the corvettes so we could drop the next load of troopers. However, we found that this was going to delay the second drop by at least an hour. That's an hour on the ground and we could already see that they were getting hammered pretty hard. That being said, our drones and our inter-air atmospheric fighters were starting to take care of them. Thankfully, the new corvettes were able to launch the atmospheric fighters before they had to leave. That being said, our losses on corvettes topped over 28%. That is to include those that made it back but will need extensive repairs or refits before they can be used. The second wave was that of dropships. We sent the dropships right behind our corvettes to try and get heavier weapons on the ground. However, they caught much more resistance on the way down. Our losses of dropships have gone over 50%, many of which could not take off after landing, as the enemy has learned to target the engines and or the cockpit to take them out. This is to be noted for future operations. However, we did get enough personnel and equipment on the ground. It is to be noted that the troopers on the ground suffered approximately 80% casualties, with a rough estimate as of now of 31% KIA before we were able to get reinforcements onto the ground. However, it is to be noted that once the communications came of requesting reinforcements on the ground, against orders, our medical corps has actually launched through the line to get their dropships onto the ground as soon as possible. It is also to be noted that they are not to be reprimanded for this, as they saved a lot of lives down there. However, seeing this, it doubled our efforts, and our gunnery crews actually began melting down some of our railguns, as they did not allow them time to cool in order to take down as many enemy destroyers and frigates as possible. That being said, it is also to be noted that we are standing on approximately 80% of our ships damaged. Out of our entire invasion fleet, we're looking at over 20% is potentially non-functional. However, it is also to be noted that we have taken one half of the planet. The reason I state that we have only taken one half of the planet, as our timeline states that we should be complete at this point, is the fact that the enemy fleet decided to pull back on the other side of the planet. We are unable to take that other side of the planet without totally abandoning our people on the ground. The enemy has used the planet as a natural bunker, which means once we break the horizon, we are within range of their energy weapons, and they would give us a full broadside. As it stands now, neither fleet has the ability to push forward, but neither fleet is dumb enough to try it, as if they come over, they will be taken apart by our weapon systems. However, they do not realize that many of our weapon systems are now non-functional. Because of this, and because of some of the items that have found on the ground, see Addendum C for that description. I do not want to go into more detail, as I actually read it once and it nauseated the hell out of me. It is also to be noted that in Addendum J, we require more ships to get the slaves now freely liberated back to their home systems. Unfortunately, many of the slaves were not captured in one piece. Many of them require extensive medical assistance before we can do anything. I am now requesting additional personnel from the 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 9th fleets to be redeployed so that we can continue this assault. Again, we have only taken 48% of the planet, and as the situation dictates, our troopers on the ground are unable to move forward without additional support. Though they insist on moving forward, as they have seen what the enemy has done to those they have enslaved, they said, and I quote, We're taking this planet if I have to do it with my bare fucking hands. It is now again my request that the other fleets be redeployed immediately so that we can end this conflict. This is Fleet Admiral Pop signing off. Hello and welcome back to A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms, Chapter 27. Point of View. Acting Battalion Commander Sin. Earth Assault Force on alien home planet. Well, we finally got a small reprieve. We've almost been in constant fighting for about 7 weeks now. I'm getting a little tired, but so are my guys. I hate the fact that I gotta stay up sometimes 4 days at a time, but it is what it is. That's what war is. It's just a giant slog through all sorts of hell. As we have a small break before the next assault, we get our wounded out to the MASH, the Mobile Army Surgical Hospital. Yes, we did bring those back. And we got the KIAs out. Unfortunately, our losses in that are mounting up over 30%. For most alien militaries, they would just give up at this point because the losses are too high, but we're humans. We get involved in a fight and look the hell out. Speaking of which, I've had to actually pull the reins on several of my men, trying to just slow them down. The sheer rage they had after seeing the enemy adolescents doing that and other things to the slaves. Ugh. I can't think about it. Because as any good leader knows, the leader must be the rock, the one that everyone leans on. I must remain stoic and straightforward. I don't have a choice. After a small break, it's back to work. And it's time to get this over with. Standing on the front lines, looking over the next population center and the largest one on this side of the planet, I talk with my platoon leaders, my company commanders, my platoon sergeants, and we try to formulate a plan as we look across with the binoculars. As I step down to talk to my company commanders, I hear one of the young guys scream, "What the hell is this bastard doing?" We immediately all look up, pull up any type of distance vision we can get, and ask what's going on. The young private points it out, and he's been with us since the initial drop, so he's just as mean as the rest of them. But he points out the location, and sure enough, there's one of the enemy, still in his body armor, standing in the doorway of one of these giant buildings. He's got his arms, well, if you want to call them arms, the ones that are not holding something, and we'll get into that in a second. Those that are not holding something are out in kind of a, I'm so much bigger than everyone else. He was flanked on his left and right by other enemy sniffs, as they also held something. That something, they each held an adolescent to child in their hands. Not a sniff, but two, the ones flanked on either side, were lizards. We couldn't tell male or female because, well, until they hit puberty, we can't tell them apart. The PZ that was held up in front, the only way I could tell if it was male or female was the clothing it was wearing. Even then, it was difficult. The damn thing couldn't have been more than maybe 5, 6 years old, if that. Each of these sniffs held him up, and I don't know if this was supposed to be a threat display, a way of warning us, or whatever. I'm sure there's some sort of cultural difference that goes in there, but all I could hear from our guys as they lowered these children from above their heads is no, 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 as they immediately reached open their maw and started ripping these children apart. One grabbed an arm and ripped it clean off, sucking the arm straight down its mouth. Another one on the other side grabbed the base, put the entire bottom half of the child in his mouth, and ripped it in half and crushed it in a way that the blood splattered across its face. The one in the center decided to be just a bit meaner. He held it like a goddamn Subway sandwich, reached around the side to where you would think its kidneys would be, and that PZ lost about a quarter of its abdomen as this thing bit the side out. All three of the kids screaming in pain so loud that even at almost a kilometer away, we could hear it through our armor. In our trench line, everything was silent, absolutely quiet. That's when we heard probably the best sound we ever could. The 25 millimeter cannons opened up and shredded all three of those bastards where they stood. You could actually see a bit of surprise on their face as their bodies were torn to pieces. I didn't have to give the order. Everybody was watching at that time. And by the time I even raised my weapon to tell them to move forward, everybody came out of the trenches in sheer and total rage. Everybody knew a lizard couple, or was even in relations with one, even with a PZ. And all I could think of is that if that was my child that just got bitten in half, and I lost it. I just heard everyone screaming, "Oh, die, you motherfucker!" as they jumped out of the trenches, just firing like hell. Every tank that had been looking, every armor personnel carrier started firing. The word must have got back to the rear because the artillery opened up. We were barely 10 feet out of our trenches as we started blasting into there. We wanted blood now. It might have been a warning for them, but it was nothing but something to piss us off. There was no stopping my men now. There was no holding them back. I screamed as much as I could. Platoon sergeants, get your men in line. Company commanders, get them organized. It didn't matter. The bloodlust. The bloodlust that we had warned them about, that humans are capable of, had taken over. These men, these torn men, watching their friends get torn apart days in and days out, never really having a reprieve, thought maybe for a moment they could find some peace, but now, they charged in through weapons, firing off all guns, blazing as they tore into the enemy structures. The artillery barely far enough in front of us as they walked it forward. Grenades being bopped out all over the front of the buildings. Some of the buildings even coming down, crashing to the floor. Our men ran through, ripping apart anything they could. It was glorious. But I wondered in that one moment, was this a trap? Would our rage get the better of us? And it was at that moment we saw the sniffs come out with their weapons raised. I thought to myself, and so did the rest of my men, I'm sure, if we're dying today, we're taking as many of these bastards to hell with us. Ah! Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chapter 28 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: Fleet Admiral Pop debriefing command staff upon returning to Terran-controlled space. As you all know, we have finished up capitulation with the enemy forces on their home planet, and I'm going to keep this as brief as possible, and I do ask that you keep all questions to the end if there are any. That being said, I am going to very lightly go across this as we have very much work to do. As you know, when we jumped into space, my initial report said that we were outnumbered approximately 15 to 1. That is not completely accurate. It was 17 to 1 once everything was counted up. This shouldn't have been a problem considering our weapons can outrange the enemy. However, they had gotten smart and are far more adaptive than we gave them credit for. However, not nearly as adaptive as human, but still adaptive. They use the mobility of their ships to get in close, and when all is said and done, at the end of the battle, we are looking at around 12% total loss of equipment and 18% total loss of personnel, at least for our fleets. However, the enemy ships are looking at a 91% overall loss. They do have some ships, however, anything beyond their home planet and the territory we've taken, we are not able to calculate. This is to be of note that we should be sending out any type of recon ships at all possible, as you know, I have put out several times, we do not trust the enemy to keep their word. That being said, on the ground it was even worse. For our ground troops to even make it, our dropships had to zigzag between the enemy ships firing on them. As of now, we are down over 60%. Last count, 63% of our dropships are either completely lost or will take approximately 6 months to be operational again. That being said, we were still able to get our corvettes close enough to drop our troops, and there was an 11% loss on the drop itself. Once on the ground, personnel losses were up around 40% of personnel on the ground, and unfortunately it stayed there until the holdover, until the incident I will be discussing. Before that, it is of note that we lost over 50% of our ground-based vehicles, artillery platforms, and so on. However, as the incident, you all know, and for those who are possibly held back and do not understand, apparently in the sniff culture, as a way of warning a opposing force, there is a show of, shall we say, viciousness. However, their show of viciousness was to kill children in front of our people. And even though there was one instance where a certain battalion has taken out a group of adolescents and supposed teenagers of the sniffs, seeing infants being eaten was enough to send them into a blood fury, or a blood rage, however you want to put it. Unfortunately, when they assaulted from the trenches, they had broadcast that same visual around the entire division area, and we could not stop what happened. Though the command was given, just about every battalion and brigade commander responded, "It's too late. The the flood has already begun," or something along those lines. I only laugh because some of the responses I received were quite colorful. It is to be noted that running through artillery, fire, tank, air support, close air support, and everything else they could throw at that city, our losses were up around 73%. The final reports are just coming in now, and I will not know that for another 48 hours. However, it is to be noted that they did take the city, but it cost us in a lot of personnel. It is also to be noted that the recovery of the former slaves is now counted up over 100,000 for that one city alone. As you'll see on the reports, we have already started to transfer the former prisoners back to their homeworlds if the homeworld is under our control. It is to be noted that the PZ personnel have actually requested to come to Earth as their homeworld has not yet been secured. Thankfully, we have gotten word from the enemy government that they have completely capitulated when they saw the sheer violence that was going to be come across them. Uh, One of their royalty class, I believe they call it, was actually eviscerated in front of their own. And yeah, that was enough to get them to sue for peace. The conditions were quite simple, as was stated before. We even invaded the planet. They are to stay away from any and all human settlements, along with those under our care, allies, and they are to return any enslaved races to their homeworlds, and their homeworlds will be placed under human protection. They are to follow this rule to the letter, and they will no longer be hunted. They can keep the rest of their territory if they so desire. However, at least 3 different galaxies have been requisitioned by our supply units, as they are extremely rich in ores, metals, gases, and things of that nature that we, well, quite frankly, require if we wish to rebuild our forces. However, we did leave them with the warning that if we have to come back, we will genocide their entire species. There will be no place they can hide. When they asked us why we became such violent and such an aggressive species at the site of their display, one of the subordinates who is currently on extra duty walked up, clocked the sniff in the face, and said, "You don't kill kids, asshole." They still looked at us weird, as it is still part of their culture, and slaves to them are still slaves. This concludes my briefing on this subject. However, I do need to speak separately on the subject of relocation, as we found out that there's more than just 2 or 3 slave species. We have sent one shuttle to the corner of our former friend's base in order to pick up a few of theirs that we found. Unfortunately, we only found a few. Most were, well, eaten. We found many parts all over the place, and this was enough to again send most of our soldiers into a raid, which is why we are not garrisoning their home planet. That was my order. If you wish to countermand it, that's on you. However, I do personally believe that our soldiers would be filled with too much rage to stop from just walking up to one of the sniffs and, well, ripping all 10 of its limbs off. And I count their mandibles as 2. However, at this time, we have relieved ourselves of the planet, and all our fleets are heading out of the Sniff's homeworld space as we speak. Due to this, we do not expect anything too crazy. However, we are setting up monitoring stations close to their borders so that we can make sure they don't get uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Overconfident, aggressive. I don't know, acting like a frog and deciding to jump. As long as they keep the wild hair out of their ass, it should be fine. Now, unless there is any additional items to discuss, I need to get back to the fleet. We have men and women to get home. Looking around, Admiral Pop does not see anyone come up with any questions. In fact, most of them are still circling through their pads to see if there's any additional information that needs to be talked about. The general staff keeps looking back and forth and shaking their heads at each other. And with that, Admiral Pop is dismissed. Walking down the corridor, he goes back to his ship. Seeing out the viewport area as he walked, he realized that some of his ships still have massive holes in them. This is not going to look good when they get back to Earth. But for right now, like the others, he just wants to go home. Hello and welcome to Chapter 29 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view. Overview of the Terran assault fleet returning home to Sol 3. Everyone watched on their particular devices how each of the ships were coming in. Everyone kept looking for particular ships, hoping that they would get word on their loved one coming down. However, the comms were completely flooded. Even the civilian market was being overwhelmed, with everyone making plans and sending jubilant messages saying how they were so happy that everyone was home after such a trying time. The war had been won, and everyone was just happy it was all over and they could finally take a breath. As the dropships all came down, everyone was holding signs. The crowds had amassed in the safety areas, holding not only signs but the children that had been born while the soldiers were away. Inside the crowd, which was mostly human, at least 88% human, there were specklings of different alien species. Our lizard and the PZ were there, all with wide eyes, waiting for their loved ones to show. All the dropships made it down before any of them opened up the doors, and when they opened up the doors, the cheers stopped. The humans had decided that people would always remember what the cost of this conflict was. As the massive doors on each of the dropship opened simultaneously around the planet, honor guards walked forward, each one holding on to the rails of a casket of one of their fallen. Each one, in perfect synchronous time, walked forward and walked straight towards the crowd. What the crowd didn't see was that a whole group of vehicles had been lined up, each adorned with whatever particular religion or station that person had, and with a more meticulous precision, each of the caskets was loaded, one by one. The crowd was silent except for the cries of a few children. The mothers, of course, tried to keep their ones quiet as a sign of respect. Everyone knew this, and everyone did their best to understand it. For non-violent species like the lizard or the PZ, they didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation until they saw lines and lines of caskets being brought out. They didn't understand this is ways that humans honor their fallen. With each of the vehicles loaded, it would move and another one would take its place. And this dance continued for almost an hour. When the last one was loaded, a call was sent out for them to form ranks. And again, with practiced precision, they moved in. And they looked across each of the crowds they were standing in front of. And with the loudest booming voice their commander could muster, "Battalion! Company! Attention! On the command to fall out, you will fall out and you will grab a hold of your family members. And I'll see you in 5 days. Fall out!" And with that, every single one of them would run to their family members, grab a hold of them, and hold them tight. Everyone that was part of the procession ran for their families. Those that didn't see their partners spun around as more soldiers came out of the dropships, basically sprinting down to find their loved ones, weaving through the crowds, looking all over, grabbing their spouses, picking them up, holding them close, caressing their young children, just so happy to be home again. There was one PZ female that was frantically looking around. She was with her sister as she looked back and forth, trying to find a particular one. They didn't know if this was even the right ship. They began to panic. And then a hand reached for her shoulder. When she turned, she could barely recognize him. There, standing in front of her, was Battalion Commander Sin. And he just looked in her eyes and said, "Honey, I'm home." And with that, she jumped into his arms. And just like so many, he held her so close he didn't want to let go. At that moment, she began to fully understand, to a degree she never figured out, the duality of humans. The duality of humans confused all of them. How could they do such wonderful, amazing things, create such glorious pieces of technology, and yet still be able to be so violent? They had all seen the videos of the last charge on the alien world taking their greatest stronghold. The violence that came from there was something that made most people lose any appetite they would have for a week. But as he held her tight, raising her off the ground to the point where her feet were up almost to his knees, she could feel that which was inside every human: the passion, the creativity, the respect, all of it. All those fancy words that people say about humans, some of them are contradictory to each other. The love, the rage, apathy, empathy, it all made sense to her at that point. It was a day of true celebration across not only Earth, but all her colonies, all her satellites. The war was over, and the soldiers had come home. However, knowing what's going on around the universe, they might not have been so jubilant. They might have been worried. Hello, and welcome to Chapter 30 of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. Point of view: Alien Fleet Commander. Former friends of the Terran Union. The former four-armed and two-legged friends of the humans had made great strides into the Sniff territory, taking down several planets with minimal difficulty. It was seeming that their new fleet had seriously overpowered and outnumbered the enemy fleet. This confused their leadership a little, but they weren't going to shy on their good luck. They had been able to free many of their people and take many planets as well, numbering well over 24 at this point. On the same day as the human fleet returned to its colonies and home planet for celebrations of winning the war, this same assault fleet came across a fleet similar to its size, but that of the Sniffs. They got into firing position and got ready to offload their ordnance into the Sniff fleet when they received something they weren't expecting. They were being hailed. A little surprised, they decided to open up communications with the Sniffs and ask, "Are you planning on surrendering?" The Sniffs looked confused and simply asked one thing: "Are you allies with the humans?" Confused, the six appendage personnel looked at each other, said, "What does that have to do with anything?" The Sniffs once again repeated their question: "Are you allied with the humans?" The captain of the ship simply looked and said, "No, not in a long time. Why?" Communications immediately ceased, and the space between the two ships was lit up by all sorts of energy weapons fire, so much so that the actual heat could be seen throughout space as plasma, lasers, and anything else that could be fired was launched out at the Cerithian fleet. The Cerithian fleet only took a moment to get ready and began to fire their weapons. And with that, the war had begun anew as the fleets began to rip each other to pieces. The Cerithians, even though they weren't nearly as good as the humans, their ships were much more agile, so it became much more of a furball until they got within what is considered point blank range for space. In other words, if you can see it, you can hit it, and you will hit it. The Sniffs came with renewed vigor, something they had not seen in a long time. But now, with this assault, even though the Sniffs came out on the losing end, the assaulting fleet knew this was going to be worse, possibly so much worse than what they had expected. It wasn't until they took the commanding unit, as in the Sniffs version of an AI, and analyzed it, where they found out that the humans had actually forced a treaty, forced them to stop fighting, forced the Sniffs, the scourge of the entire universe, to stand down. Before they could truly understand what happened, before they could figure out how the humans had actually done this, even before they could send a signal back, the Sniff fleets came out from around the planet, and the whole space again lit aflame as the entire area became a whole bunch of drifting metal, drifting organic pieces, energy weapons firing left and right, and the occasional ballistic weapon firing. Neither side was very good at ballistic weapons. However, it didn't matter. This was now a fight between two enemies who had only one purpose in mind, and that was the annihilation of the other. As humans celebrated peace, war began again. War, a true universal constant, continues anew. Welcome, everybody, to the final chapter of A Call from the Stars, A Call to Arms. When the first aliens actually reached the planet of Earth, it was the year 2024. Now, it is 2251. The planet has been at peace for over 200 years since the war with the Sniff Empire. 200 years of peace, and Earth and humanity have slowly been expanding out to the stars. Humanity was able to do so because of not only the introduction of alien technology that vastly increased the ability of our own, but also human technologies that were hidden from the general public were unsealed and released. One of these main items was the nanomachines, along with zero-point energy, genetic modification, which is known as the CRISPR program, along with, of course, different manipulation of hormones and things of that nature. It may have seemed complex back when the first group of aliens landed on our planet, but it did change us almost fundamentally. We're still human, don't get me wrong, but those who were alive that decided to go through the modifications, as long as they were not killed off in some other ways, are still alive. 200 plus years. That's a long time. During this time, there was a certain battalion commander who has been promoted enough times and is finally retired. Retired with his PC wife and her family who have stayed around. It was around this time that he got a communication that came in. Of course, realizing that it was from a military installation, he responded with his name and rank and asked what was going on. He was told there was a primary communication coming in. What he did not know is that less than an hour before, a group of alien ships had come into Terran space, and one of our patrol groups, this time Patrol Group 3, saw the ships coming and immediately recognized them as the original aliens that landed on Earth. These were no longer friends, however, they were not enemies either. To their shock, as soon as they were located on the LiDAR, those ships turned directly at the human ships and everything was ready to fire. At that point, they saw another group of ships coming in right behind them. These were the Sniff Empire ships, and they were already beginning to fire as soon as they dropped out of FTL travel. It was at that point, inside the former alien ships, four hands gripped a locket that was given to this young, well, not so young anymore, female, a long time ago by a human. And into the microphone, she called, "We are seeking asylum. We are seeking protection. We are seeking our old friends. This is the granddaughter of the Cerithian Grand Ruler. Please respond." It was this message that the battalion commander had received. He recognized the voice. He looked at the situation and said, "Well, history may not repeat, but it does rhyme, and I'm getting a really bad case of deja vu."